썸머에서도 역시 우승을 목표로 하고 있고 또한 이제 롤드컵에 나가는 것도 목표로 하고 있습니다.
처음에 좋은 모습 보여드리다가 뒤로 갈수록 되게 안 좋게 돼가지고 그런 부분만 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요. 서머 우승하고 롤드컵 우승까지 노려보겠습니다.
1라운드 때는 좀 기세가 좋았던 것 같은데 2라운드 때 좀 내려앉아서 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
스프링 때 더 올라갈 수 있었는데 올라가지 못해서 많이 아쉽기도 해요. 서머 시즌에는 그 다전제를 좀 경험해보고 싶어요.
제일 잘하는 탑딜러가 되고 싶다고 약간 많이 말하고 다녔거든요. 좀 더 공격적인 그런 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶은 마음이 좀 많아요. 서머 때는 더 나아진 모습으로 뵙고 싶네요.
제 개인적인 목표는 제일 잘하는 서포터가 되고 싶어요. 마타 선수가 우상인데 이번 롤드컵에 꼭 진출해서 우승하고 세치포 소리를 듣고 싶습니다.
옛날 겨울 되살려서 한번 KT 오게 됐는데 저는 되게 만족스러운 것 같아요. 결승전까지 가볼 수 있는 그런 성적이 나왔으면 좋겠어요.
개인적인 목표는 플레이오프에 진출하는 게 목표고요.
레인저 선수랑 같이 하게 됐는데 강하는 바텀이라는 걸 보여드리고 싶고
스프링 시즌보다 훨씬 더 좋은 경기력으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
승강전이라는 게 되게 힘들었었고 쉽지 않았던 시즌이었지 않나.
다시 LCK 무대를 밟게 돼서 너무 행복했어요.
팀이 나를 믿고 따라줄 수 있는 약간 그런 선수가 되고 싶어요.
신생 팀답지 않은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome everybody to another day of the LCK 2020 Summer. My name is Valdez. With me is LS, aka Leonard Skinnerd, and we are going to be bringing you some more League of Legends here tonight. We do have a couple of great games today. We got first Damwon up against Sandbox, which we're thinking that Damwon should be favored after Sandbox's original performance on day one. And then we have DRX up against GenG in their first game.
Yeah, and I mean, Damwon coming into today's match, this is going to be really interesting because there's a lot of question marks surrounding the team, and it has been about a month and a half off, but a lot of their players have been tearing up the solo queue ladder. Canyon, several IDs in the top 50, I believe. Showmaker holding first and second on the ladder as well. Nuguri also very high, and Sandbox really not looking very clean in their previous series against Africa.
Yeah, that was a bit disappointing, you know, coming back from getting, I believe it was 9th place, and they went down to the relegation promotion tournament. They just barely made it out, actually second to Team Dynamics, who did go 4-0, and then in their first game they didn't really show up. So there's a lot to prove for Sandbox, whereas Damwon are coming back on a very strong off-season, I suppose you could say, in between the two splits. So that will be very interesting to see. But guys, we do have a little bit of an update from yesterday. We got told that there was a update on the player of the game votes. So this is actually what it should have been. There was a mistake on one of the graphics. There's the change. One of the analysts said, hey, I didn't vote for that guy. I actually did vote for Viper. Get me in there as well. So it ended up being a 9-12, also highlighting LS's great vote for CAD in that one.
There's going to be an Astronaut Bard giveaway, LPP, North America. It's going to be the chroma and the skin, the same thing that we did on the broadcast before. Unfortunately, LPP only gives me NA codes, so we have NA codes to give away. It'll be at the end of the series. There's going to be a graphic. You'll have time to screenshot, try to put in the code, and get it before other people, and then you'll get one of the best skins in the game. So
yeah, highly recommend that you do jump on that, guys. So make sure you're paying attention at the end of the series. But we do go into the points of the match now. It's reaching the playoffs versus demoted to promotions. A completely inverted path between the two LCK mates. Remember, these two teams came up into the LCK together from Challenger Series, And now Damwon is definitely performing a bit better, whereas Sandbox has fallen off to the side. Can't be the first to take consecutive LS.
Sandbox on a mission to flip the tides in their favor up against Damwon, and I think that's going to be a pretty hard ask out of them coming into tonight's series. And Ghost going up against his former team in the first match of the split. Mid King is back, and yeah, obviously this is alluding to the fact that not only are his win rates insane,
Yes.
he is super, super active. He did that mini challenge where he got Challenger playing every champion
Yeah.
at least once with a very high win rate. So that was nice.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I don't know many other players that could do that, is what I'm trying to say. And we'll see if anyone tries to follow in his footsteps, as we'll take a look at the match history from Spring. You'll notice that Sandbox actually got off to a really nice start in Spring, but then they did lose to Damwon in a 2-1 in the second round, actually match 88, so one of the last matches of the entire season. And so it kind of does show you that Sandbox started off well, but then did go down a bit. So we'll see if they can come back. But first, guys, we do have some trash talk.
강경했고 샌드박스도 승강전 왔는데 다 이제 첼코에서 승격한 팀들이어서 좀 더 마음이 아팠던 것 같아요.
담원이 같은 승강전 동기로서 성적이 잘 나왔잖아요.
사위 구이네요, 세상에.
시기 아닌 시기 그런 게 생기더라고요. 같이 올라왔고 그렇게 전략상으로 큰 차이가 나는 것 같지 않은데 좀 부러웠어요.
그런 잘 나가는 모습을 보면 사실 다 부러워요.
그러면 잘하셨어야죠.
근데 약간 좀 차량이 크면서 사춘기가 있잖아요. 샌드박스가 일단은 이번 스프링에 사춘기가 왔다고 생각하고 다시 정비해서 하면 많이 맞춰지지 않을까 그런 생각도 있어요.
샌드박스가 승강전 가는 거 보면서 슬펐어요. 왜냐면은 거기서 떨어지면은 이제 제가 못 이기니까.
근데 확실히 고스트 선수가 영입되고 아 이거 영향이 무조건 있구나.
이제 용준이 같은 경우에는 사실 샌드박스에 나가고 나서 저한테 좀 연락이 많이 왔어요. 이제 용준이가 형 저 어떻게 하면 좋아요? 약간 이런 식으로 얘기했는데 결국 용준이가 저보다 더 잘 됐더라고요.
용준아 거기서는 행복하니?
여기 와서 너무 행복하고요. 너무 좋아해요.
폭파시켜줄게. 빡대 그냥.
장겸이 형이 봇갱을 잘 못하는 걸로 알고 있는데 어떻게 터뜨린다는지 잘 모르겠고 장겸이 형이 이제 똥 싸서 똥 풀리기로 돼서 이기도록 하겠습니다.
재밌는 친구예요.
무력의 최강자면 너구리 아니겠습니까?
맞아요.
고스트 다 진짜 잘하죠.
고립데스가 1위라는 건 아무래도 너구리 선수님 고독사 조심하십시오.
왜 저한테만 그러세요? 아니 오프닝 선수가 매서워요. 뱅킹이 매서워요. 봐주세요. 살살 해주세요. 고립 더 늘어나면은 안 돼요.
너구리 선수는 포스트 팀에 뽑히고 저는 승강전에 갔다 왔는데 간절함에서 나오는 매운맛 보여드리겠습니다.
일단 매운맛이라고 하면은 트레이드 마크라 해야 되나? 그런 게 있거든요. 그거는 제 맛으로 다시 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 이대용 누가 이기는 이대용 날 것 같아요.
MSC 때 담원의 경기를 봤는데 약점이 어느 부분인지 좀 보였고 약점을 잘 파면 이길 것 같아요.
딱히 무섭지 않고요. 저번 시즌에 9위 하셨으니까 8위 정도 늘어보시는 게
저희가 준비한 대로만 한다면 좋은 결과 있을 것 같아서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
서머 시즌 첫 경기가 샌드박스전이 됐는데 좋은 경기력으로 승리할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
샌드박스도 다시 날아오를 때가 되지 않았나. 잘해보겠습니다. 화이팅.
So there you have it. You heard from both teams. I feel like one of the spiciest things outside of Nuggery's play that we did here was Showmaker saying, hey, you got 9th, maybe you could reach high and try to get 8th this time. He's really calling him out as Showmaker is oozing with confidence, I suppose, after his own recent individual success, but we'll see how Damwon do as a team. Just a reference to the player yesterday,
Yeah.
Cast, you know, just threw a little one in there for you guys.
Yeah.
Of course, they're going up against Sandbox here.
Yeah, and I mean, Summit versus Nuggery is going to be the premier matchup, but everywhere else, I can't really imagine Sandbox stands that much of a chance. So I think that the drafts are gonna be pretty important. And the worrisome thing for me is that if Sandbox tries to do things in Sandbox fashion, Damwon is one of those teams that you would feel most confident getting into skirmishes and reckless play with. So, or well, Damwon's the confident.
Yeah, yeah.
As key player is going to be Nuggery. 2020 LCK Spring statistics, 2.3 in the KDA, damage per minute 530, damage percent 28.8, CS differential at 15, he was second in the league with 8.3, and I mean, just
his best
isolated deaths, 63. Now this is the stat that, it's actually the invert, you don't want to be first in it.
Yeah.
You want to be last, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Maybe like 12th, or it might even be 15th with how many subs we have now in the LCK. You have to think, you know, they're playing something like, you know, what is it in total? 18? No, it's, I'm trying to like calculate. Okay, they have 9 matches and they're best of 3, so it's like 25 games-ish, I'd say. And he's getting killed 63 per split, so that's like 2 or 3 times a game, which is insane. The amount of times he dies by himself, but he makes up for it in the late game. He is a crazy carry, and that has always been his strength and his weakness at the same time. Now, of course, one thing to talk about for Sandbox is that they do have, of course, the foreign coach, Yamato Cannon. You guys may have heard of him. He's currently in the quarantine, actually, in one of their facilities, so I would assume that he's helping a lot online currently with some of the analysis and their games, of course. Definitely going over their losses on Wednesdays. We'll see if that does help out as we're getting ready to jump into pick ban here for game number 1.
And Damwon, they're going to ban away Karma first. Instant response by Sandbox with the Varus takeaway. And now Damwon going to respond with a Kalista ban. Ezreal now being removed from the table. And Damwon, I mean, the big question is, are they trying to get their hands onto Aphelios and hoping that maybe Sandbox just don't even bother banning it away? No, they're going to ban it away. So we're going to have an honest bot lane dynamic here.
Yeah, finally. We saw way too many of the Aphelios versus Ezreal matchups yesterday. I've just about had enough with especially Mr. Years over there on the left. And a lot to see what the last ban will be. You were thinking, you know, Set, Syndra, stuff like that. We've seen the uprising of Lulu as well with some hyper carries. But it is the Set that does get banned away.
And Trundle does end up getting picked first here by Damwon. Obviously, I'm not a super big fan of B1 Trundle, because there's so many thematic counters just in team compositions, but also even just matchup counters exist. And Syndra is going to be picked up by Sandbox first. And they're going to pair it with a blind pick support here. It's not actually picking up the jungler right away, feeling like they want to get their hands on Thresh. And red side is actually the side where you would expect an allocated counter pick to support or mid. And yet Sandbox R1, R2 them, which is very perplexing. And then the other thing about it is that Thresh doesn't traditionally go with many hypers. So it's not even like we would be expecting a hyper AD carry to come in, and that would be one way to utilize the counter pick. So the only things that are really on my mind here is they're going to go AD carry R3, and then jungle R4, and then counter pick top for Summit. Damwon picking Zoe into Syndra. A little bit of disrespect there, and now Senna is going to come out, and this opens up Trundle to be flexed into support, although that is less common.
Yeah. The other thing about Zoe is that it was Showmaker's most played in spring by far, and he's a big fan of the Zoe. Not traditionally great into the Syndra, as you were mentioning, LS, but definitely a comfort pick for Showmaker, who is showing a whole lot of comfort in terms of his numbers.
And Wukong now picked R3, so I guess counter picks just go right out the window here.
Sandbox will do Sandbox things.
I'm not really so sure what to make of it. The other thing is that Wukong, Zoe enjoys fighting against him, and so does Senna. So they're actually picking into Damwon right now. And I can't imagine that Damwon is feeling too bad about this. I think if you're Damwon, you feel like, okay, yes, please continue. Is the thought process
Tell me more.
Renekton now getting banned away by Sandbox. And if you're Damwon, I don't even think that you would want a Renekton in this spot because Thresh is so obnoxious, Syndra with the QE. Doesn't matter about the isolated matchup against Wukong. I think if you pick Renekton with Trundle in a spot like this where Sandbox are already showing that they have to engage and they have champions like that because it's unlikely they're going to be able to find some sort of an AD carry that lets them sit back against Zoe and Senna, that Renekton just doesn't make any sense. So, Sandbox, in a bizarre world, I think would actually be happy if Renekton ended up on Damwon's side, and Lee Song is going to get banned away. I saw the interesting stat that ended up on Reddit that Lee Sin had 27% win rate.
Oh, nice.
In the LCK.
In the LCK.
Yeah. And 50% in the LPL, which also is not a good stat. So that is an interesting, interesting champion. Twisted Fate getting banned away here. And so they're respecting the ability for Syndra to actually go down into the bot lane.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And if the Wukong wasn't picked, you might think an Aatrox for Summit might not be off the table, but the Graves is going to be picked here into the jungle.
Graves is coming in. And as it stands right now, I mean, everything on Sandbox really hates tanks. Graves doesn't like it, Wukong doesn't like it, Syndra hates it so much. And so their entire team comp is very prone to them, and Maokai is, I mean, he's a bit of a tree.
You're already looking at Senna that can be fasted.
Yeah.
That often goes with tanks, right?
Yeah. And Jace now coming in to pair with the Zoe for Jace Zoe. And so an interesting option. Another option that would actually be really fantastic here against Sandbox that Korean teams probably would never think about is actually Malphite. In a spot like this, Graves would get ruined, Syndra can't play the game, Threshu, and then Wukong just gets lane kingdomed in top lane. So that would have been very, very scary because then you have Senna with basically 3 tanks that are all getting healing.
Ooh.
Malphite goes Abyssal Mask,
Yuck.
amplifies Zoe's damage because he's right on top of his opponents always. Really, really, really powerful synergy. But instead, Damwon, they're going to do Damwon things. They're going to pick the Jace. Nagari's going to try to lane kingdom.
Yeah.
And they'll transition into a Zoe Jace type of team composition, very akin to Zoe Ezreal. Sandbox, they try to change pace here by picking up an Azir, but there's not a whole lot of protection for Azir. It feels like to me it's going to be very awkward for him to actually go in, even with his Sand Soldiers. We saw it in one of the games yesterday what happens when the Azir and the Ashe couldn't go forward because their tanks were on a different agenda.
Yeah.
And they just end up standing there not being able to really do anything. And you have to wonder what is going to end up happening this game. The Graves versus Trundle dynamic is nice, but when you pair in the laners, I think you feel much more comfortable with Damwon's team comp. Maokai Senna, Zoe Trundle, and Jace for the side of Damwon. And Sandbox, Wukong, Graves, Azir, Syndra, and Thresh. So they do have some pick potential in the later stages. Syndra with the QE setup, Thresh with the Death Sentence, and obviously Shurima Shuffles, but you don't want to be Shurima Shuffling into that team. You will just get locked down and die. And I'm having a lot of difficulty imagining how this team sets up for Azir to do damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Again, it just looks like one of those on-paper comfort picks where Dove is like, you know what I'm good at? Well, I named myself after this champion. He's a bird. His name is Azir. So pick me that one. And they kind of win for that. Maybe he's comfortable in the matchup. And we've seen many Korean teams that don't necessarily tailor their compositions towards, 5v5s, stuff like that. They want to win lanes, or they go with comfort. So I feel like that might be part of the case here. Certainly a lot of damage potential in their comp, but they're not exactly going into the most friendly composition for what they bring in terms of damage. So it will be interesting to see what does happen here. Sandbox, of course, they're a team that love to get ahead early and just are always in your face. So if they can get ahead early, maybe they can use their huge damage to knock you down. We'll have to see, as Onfleek is not going to be starting blue. He is Graves. He will go to the red.
Well, taking a look at the runes here, we got Ingenious Hunter and Predator on the Trundle. And remember, this is the Predator buff patch, where you can use it more often. And Onfleek is just going to do the red buff. We'll pay attention to what his opening is. Down in the bot lane here, Root and Gorilla with Syndra Thresh. Syndra is good against Senna in a vacuum. But obviously Maokai, he's a real menace for the enemy team. Also, Syndra has the Scorch, but there's no universe where you're not just considering going later into the game. So the Scorch very confusing, because you're not a kill lane just because you're Syndra and Thresh.
Especially against Senna Maokai.
Yeah.
Are going to bring so much tankiness and sustain in their kits. It's like the Scorch is just immediately going to be negated.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already done a nice amount of poke, but Ghost and Barrel are full health, so there's not really much doing there.
And Graves with the red Raptors into blue buff immediately. There's a ward on him as well. And this will split his jungle clearing a little bit. Not the end of the world, though, by any means. We take a look at top lane. Now, Nuguri here, he hasn't used any of his corrupting potions. We're probably not going to see a cheater recall. But Jace is one of the best champions at executing it and then also getting benefit, because corrupting pot, hard trade into the opponent. Jace is a very big bully. Gets the cheater recall, Cull comes back, wave's frozen, Jace zones you out, and things can get scary. But Nuguri probably just wanting to pile up waves, crash, go for turret plates, things of that nature. And here's Onfleek looking to sin on Graves.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna get the flay onto Barrel.
Yeah, not so sure about that one.
Yeah, there was no follow-up at all, so...
It was an interesting move there, Cotton. And in exchange for it, they're going to end up losing double Scuttle Crab, and we're going to have a Trundle out-farming Graves here, so... Very cool.
Very nice. Well, he's back again, as
here we go.
This time it might work, but the twisted advance onto the minion means that, again, Graves' farm is going to be delayed, and again, they will not pick up the kill.
And they shared quite a bit of EXP with one another as well. Maokai just going to farm this wave, and Barrel has teleport. Remember, I mean, Root does as well, but this is much more problematic for Sandbox all around, because take a look at Trundle. He's on a mission right now. Not only did he come up here, he's spotted the golems. Now, unfortunately for him, he will finish his recall. Didn't have Smite available anyway, but this is all really good. Everyone knows where Graves is. Everyone's playing with map hacks. You hit tab, you count as CS. Summit is looking like Plummet right now, as the top lane is not going super well.
Yeah. That's another good one. I've seen many other iterations of the, the troll names, but Plummet's nice.
He's on Wukong here, not Trundle.
He's not on Aatrox, so it's, we've all seen how that goes. As Barrel is getting in there, the hook goes down onto Senna, but Gorilla has aggro, and he's just dead. So now we got Showmaker coming down here onto Root. who does have his flash.
Oh.
He doesn't want to use it, though. You can see Showmaker trying to not spread out the minions there. Will now help on the push. So a failed, I'm not sure what that was, skirmish, I guess. It does not work out, and Beryl picks up a kill.
Yeah, his teleport ends up not being super successful. He did have a lot of time for it, though, as Azir was on a reset. So we take a look at this replay. Look at the minion wave. When Showmaker does go for the TP, Azir is recalling. Showmaker gets all the minions, I believe, before the teleport, so the wave is resetting. Beryl and Ghost just pick up a kill in front of their turret. And take a look at Root's gold. He ended up being gated, couldn't quite get the lost chapter. Really big problem. About 5 CS off, I believe, from being able to afford it at this game timer.
Yeah. Should have been pretty close, and the TP's already down, so can't really get a great back from that from now on. But at least Sandbox, after everyone went back and bought items on the side of Dom1, they're going to pick up that first Cloud Drake. So no Cloud Drake Soul, no Ocean Soul either. So we're looking at Infernal or Mountain in this game. And the bottom lane so far has been it's been pretty nice for Dom1. All things considered, the TP from the Zoe was great. As Showmaker was helping out. He didn't necessarily help in the kill onto Gorilla, but his presence certainly made it possible.
And all things considered, though, everything is still relatively stable. It's only about a 1,000 gold lead for Dom1. And Sandbox did get the first Dragon. Canyon's going to come in here with Showmaker, pick up the red buff. And Dove is going to get checked for a little bit of this damage. And OnFlake is very far behind. That is where the real tragedy, and all of this is a byproduct of that opening where he tried to sin for no reason on Graves. Ended up losing both of his Scuttle Crabs, ended up giving away map hacks essentially to the opponents because Canyon was able to place that ward onto the golems. And this is all just sort of a chain effect of that.
Yeah, you remember the interviews, the trash talk. Ghost was like, yeah, OnFlake's not very good at ganking the bottom lane. And OnFlake's well, yeah, I'm going to show you what's up. I'm gonna pop you like a balloon or whatever he said. And then it's like, well, I wonder if in the pick ban they were like, let's set up a kill lane and get a kill for OnFlake who's going to try to force it. Kind of, trying to come up with reasons for why it happened the way it did, but it's hard to do so, to say the least. As things have kind of calmed down here after the Drake went down, we're not going to force any Rift Heralds right now, even though they do have some priority there.
Dove is getting beat up a little bit in the mid lane. Even though there was that blunder teleport by Showmaker down into bottom, he is constantly a little bit behind of the Zoe. And yeah, Graves, I mean, he's just foregoing his camps again, looking for a gank that doesn't exist. So, immaculate decision down here, as Canyon now going to clear out the ward inside of the Rift Herald. Graves still going to forego his camps.
I sense some sarcasm in your voice.
Sarcasm.
Tell me if I'm tell me if I'm off here. I'm not sure.
That's the Bronze 5 in you speaking.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
BB.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, he comes up here perhaps thinking he's going to stop the Rift Herald, but then he just goes back after help pushing mid. But he, it's not like they're going to do much except get a faster blue for the Azir. And just a lot of delay in the pathing because of that. There was never really a world where they could just collapse and get on in there.
Jace had total control, so he would be able to get there. I like how Canyon pulled it over to the left-hand side. And at this point, I mean, things are just getting worse and worse. Canyon is at Cinderhulk, had the Predator boots. Graves still just sitting on double longsword, doesn't yet have the warrior enchant. We'll see if he gets it here on the recall. No!
Oh.
Oh, man.
Not yet.
Oh, that's a wide peepo sad. For sure.
Pepe hands, perhaps.
Well,
yeah. Yeah, it's sad days for Graves right
Yeah,
now.
and I mean, Canyon, he's going to be able to do the Raptor camp into Golems, maybe look for a gank bottom. Dragon's coming up. Now, Graves here, he has realistically only one option, which is just to do Graves into Wraiths, into Wolves. He has to do that kind of a play, or he has to do that kind of pathing.
Trying to deny this with the ward. Can they get it? The Lantern is not able to be taken, and Ghost just shoots him in the face. Right point blank. Ghost will pick up that kill. A nice little play there set up by Ghost and Beryl. Roots deciding he's not going to flash. He's just dead. And that will set up a nice little push down on the bottom side. He has Rift Herald, by the way, does Canyon.
Yep.
They're going to drop it here after taking down the first 2 plates.
And Dubs here, I mean, the Rift Herald is summoned. It will crash into the turret. There's no way they can. Can they kill it? Whoa.
Oh,
really close, though. Nice attempt.
Yeah.
By Sandbox there. And now they're going to come over and they're going to group for the ocean. No, never mind. They're just going to go back down into bottom. Nuggery almost has teleport. Zoe and Trundle in close proximity. I have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, the hook goes wide, and now they're all stuck under the turret here. Awkward spot. Showmaker kind of has a shooting gallery. It's not going to land anything, though.
Right now, Sandbox playing the Vertical Summoner's Rift. Or ARAM, Howling Abyss. Inside of it, yeah. 4 members in their blue side jungle still.
Well, they're trying to stop this Ocean Drake from being taken. And so they say, we're going to make a very aggressive move to get on in here. Root's going to lose some XP and gold down on the bottom side. As the last play goes up to Beryl, but he's so tanky, and Gorilla has no tanky stats, as he does not have Aftershock. He's got Guardian. And now Ghost in a really awkward spot, though. He's probably going to go down here. As a double knockup does come in by the side of Sandbox, but a nice sniperino there from Showmaker. As trying to tank in the front line there was on fleek. Still had a splash, but didn't react on time. As the Drake will go their way, and the rest of Sandbox stuck here in the river, being chased down as there's just massive damage coming in. The shooting gallery once again of Zoe and Jace is just unbelievable, and they lock him down again, but they can't quite dive just yet. As Damwon are making a case here to already try to take down the game.
Yeah, and it looks like Sandbox, I mean,
they're going
already,
in.
What
Sandbox is going in.
On?
They say, hey guys, I think this is our chance. But that was absolutely not it, guys. As Nuggery, he just TP'd back top lane. He's like, guys, there's still plates left. Let me get the most value, the most bang for my buck.
He's going to get all of them. Summit doesn't have teleport. He's dead for 21 seconds. I mean, okay, here comes on fleek. But Graves is level 80, does have red buff.
Okay, they're going to TP. They
he has red smite too.
They're probably going to get a Nuggery here. Although TP is coming in, and Senna trying to help out, but not the best help, as now it's Beryl against 2. Got some minions to help. Beryl is just, he is thick, man.
Yeah.
He's been working out.
So they end up committing the teleport, but then Root immediately loses everything. And his HP, I mean, is at about 40% right now. Let's take a look at how this transpired. This was the most simple kill. Now, Gorilla, he could have thrown the Lantern maybe up more after the Root finished and then flash into it and then get the Lantern. That would be the play there. Summit coming in from behind. Take a look at Ghost. Dove not really able to get a lot of value here. Has to kite up towards his team. Looks like he wants to go for a Shurima Shuffle, but then hesitates as Summit's there. Goes on to Ghost, kills him really easy. On fleek says, please put me out of my misery, as he goes forward just to get popped. He never had damage to kill Beryl there. Not totally sure what he was doing. Summit looking like he wants to go back in, but I believe Azir's on cooldown still. So unable to really do anything. Ends up having to retreat, and then nice attempt by Root to knock him back with Scatter the Weak, but Damwon weren't weak there. Right here, I have absolutely no clue what the thought process was here. That is a very tanky Trundle. You don't have any damage. Your Syndra, very, very weak at that point in time. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Damwon here at 14.5 minutes.
Yeah. It's looking like another one of those LCK stomps we got coming in here. Damwon come out strong. Sandbox flat once again, As they're going to make another aggressive play try to happen here as Nuggery sees it coming. He's like, I've been here before, guys. Trust me. I know what it's like to get camped. It is me after all, as 3 members were down there trying to get him. Doesn't pan out, though.
Well, Nuggery and Ghost now doing the red. Unsure who they just gave that to, but Mountain Drake coming up next, and that's a very big problem for Sandbox. Because Azir and Syndra really, really hate when opponents are tanky. Azir a little bit less so, but it really invalidates Syndra. She ends up getting stuck on her items, which if you're a mid lane player, you probably understand what I mean when it just feels really bad to get Ludens and then a Void Staff, and then it just feels like the next item that you have to get is so expensive, you're not getting any value, your core components don't feel good. Just feels like you're doing nothing for about 10 minutes, and it's one of the worst feelings in the world. As Beryl looking like, all right, successfully steals all the Wrath. Ah, this is not on this game.
Yeah, he's been struggling, and you can see he almost dies there to the Maokai. And Dove might, okay,
Yeah,
he's got
Dove is getting
flash.
soloed by Trundle. No?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, Azir is a little
maybe
bit
the
more.
tree? Okay, this is like Lord of the Rings at this point. You ever see when the trees in that movie? You don't tell me
Yeah,
you
no,
didn't
I
watch
did
it.
see it, but
You did?
it was a while ago.
Okay.
Like when I was much younger, like when they first came out.
When you were like what, like 16?
Whenever they first came out. I don't know when that was. Long time ago.
I was making a boomer joke, you know? Not that big of a deal.
Yeah. But I do remember the trees.
Okay.
So there is
Glad that
that.
you remember that.
Yeah. We got that going.
They look like Ivern if he found his way into a bakery buffet. You know?
I love bakery buffets, by the way, Matt.
They have them in Korea.
Bakeries in general. Do they really?
Yeah, there's an all-you-can-eat like sweets and bakery cake.
Ooh, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know. You know, they have like smoothies and shakes and
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why you would ever go there. You walk out looking like Tom Ken.
OP. Well, they already have so much damage here that I'm not sure what Sandbox can do. They got Beryl in the front. Nuggery's tanking. Nice knock up there into the Wukong, though, as Nuggery's going to go down early. Not the first time I've said that. Casting Damwon, but they're going to get the root down onto Dove and make that a second and a third. And how about a double kill for the Zoe, who hasn't done too much damage. Actually, Azir has done the most, but it does not matter as he doesn't pick up the kills. And that's just going to be another team fight win for the side of Damwon. They get a bunch of resistances for their tanks in the front. The Trundle, the Maokai that are already giving their comps so much trouble are just going to get that much more annoying.
Yeah. And I really like the Magi Soul Stealer on Zoe, except for if she dies here, I'm going to recount my statement. Yeah, so I really like the Magi Soul Stealer on Zoe here. It's at 14 stacks. We saw in one of the games yesterday that there was a Dark Seal at 10 stacks and never got upgraded.
It was Mickey that did that?
Yeah. I think that Magi is one of the most underappreciated items. Take a look at this replay here. As Beryl goes in, he's just way too tanky, on fleek, doesn't deal any damage. Now, Nuggery does get brought down. Gorilla, quick to follow. Mountain Drake ends up going over to Damwon, and then right there, Dove ends up getting locked up. And take a look at Showmaker.
수면 잘 자요.
Good night.
잘 자요.
Good night.
용스틱.
Says I'm gonna steal your
Dragon
dragon.
Steel.
Yeah.
뺏었어. 얘들아 내가 뺏었어.
I got it, guys. I got it, lol. That's the official translation. This guy he's pretty stacked. He goes into solo queue, he gets first and second place on the ladder. And now he's 4-0-2 with 14 stacks on Majais in his first game. Is this the season of Showmaker? We'll have to wait and see until he plays better teams. But for now, he's looking pretty good. Nuggery is going to get ganked. Not the first time that's happened either, as Beryl, he doesn't take damage at this point.
Does that count as an isolated death?
Let's just put it on. Yeah, let's just give him that one. You know, it's like one of his first place stats, so we want to add to the number.
Yeah. Well, 7,000 gold advantage with a Mountain Dragon, which for a couple of these champions is actually really big because they normally don't get resistances, and armor amplification is going to be so good against the enemy team. It's going to be that much more difficult for Graves and Wukong to deal damage, especially given that they have 3 more mountains to go. Yes, Wukong and Graves do both have Black Cleaver, which I find that so odd, by the way, that they're both stacking Black Cleaver. I would imagine that Wukong gets the Black Cleaver, shreds it, Graves goes Lethality, tries to bring him as close as possible to dealing true damage. Both of them having it so that Syndra's auto attacks and Azir's auto attack deal more. Probably not the best as Root flashing away.
Subjugate.
Does get the Lantern though.
Yeah. He should be fine. The damage has stopped ticking, but I mean, there wasn't even a fight that happened really. It was just Zoe, Jace, 5 bajillion miles ahead. Let's call it 200 light years in this one. And they're just having fun. Barrel's running through the base. He says, hey guys, let's go. We're invading, we're ganking, we're engaging. He's gonna find on fleek as Gorilla and Gang don't really have any place to go but back. Although we do have a teleport coming in, but Showmaker is the sniper man today. As Summit is desperately trying to get on in there, but even Ghost is really tanky at this point.
Summit can't really do anything. I mean, it's just way too problematic. They're way too far behind. And unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough in this game. And also, you take a look at even Azir right now. He doesn't even have Sorkpen boots. He does have the Oblivion Orb. But Zoe has Banshee's Veil, Spirit Visage on Trundle, and Adaptive Helm on Maokai. I mean, Azir's just not dealing any damage to anyone. Senna has HP stack. And yeah, their magic resistance is pretty pathetic on some of the champions not building MR, but these Mountain Dragons are going to make up for that. It's going to help give a little bit of buff there as the core item purchases. I mean, the stat line really tells the difference here.
Yeah.
Domwater itemized very well. They have everything going for them. This game is really looking like it doesn't have much more time in it, as there is the Fabled book.
Yeah. You know, maybe he's saying I need the most stats possible for now to survive, and he is going up against Senna Maokai and Trundle, I guess.
The weird thing here is that they don't make it so that Wukong gets the Executioners or Graves. Instead, they make the mid laner invest 3,000 gold into getting it. So when he's already starved and hard pressed, apparently 800 gold is too tall of an ask for the jungler or the top laner.
Yeah, he desperately needs Death Stance. You know, just in case. Well, they're gonna get another Mountain Drake here, just to add further onto the sadness of Sandbox. And the inevitable push is coming, guys. You know, I know it, LS knows it, we all know it, it's coming. And Sandbox are also, unfortunately, in that spot as well. As Trundle with Zoe and Jace is a lot of fun. I'm not sure where Summit's going. Looking for the knockups here, and there's the engage. He's going to get a bunch of tanky members into his own back line. And they're just going to they're just going to jump the wall and kill them all. I mean, that is a really nice snipe by Nuggery, actually, on the backside. So props to him. And that should be the end of this one, guys. Pretty quick game number one as Dom1 flex all over Sandbox.
Now it is Graves, so with his Q, may be able to actually push out the minion wave, but Showmaker has teleport. He's just going to TP and lock up a minion. This is, okay, we're not lock up the minion, I guess. We're just going to TP.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he bought Elixir.
He wants to get as much damage as possible and kills more so. He's worried about his KDA. Nice stopwatch there. He's got 25 stacks already, and that's going to be the end of that one. GG, guys. 24.5 minutes, and Dom1 just roll over Sandbox here in game number one. Showmaker is, he's pretty happy.
Yeah.
right now.
That was
Pretty happy
a
guy.
that was a stomp. That was I'm not even sure.
Yeah. I mean, we were expecting Damwon to win, and to win 2-0, but like, this is next level. I mean, we are just, you know, we're getting there.
Yeah, I don't really know what Sandbox is even really thinking. I mean, not yeah, that was something. That was absolutely a destruction. It was all a snowball, but then we saw them consenting to team fights that really had no purpose being consented to. The draft from the get-go was very bizarre, and the way that they were trying to achieve two different things. The Azir came in clearly as comfort, but
yeah,
very out of theme with the team composition. Didn't really have to do with why they lost, but they were really just getting torn apart everywhere. Root looked very uncomfortable on the Syndra, and
there's not much else to say.
I can't imagine after watching this game as well as thinking back to the Afrika series that there's anything that's going to really be changed up between game 1 and 2 that would somehow equate to something meaningfully different.
Yeah, everything just feels so forced, from the draft to the plays, the ganks that were happening, the setups. It's like, we need to make this happen. We need to pick this guy. We need to get aggressive. And just all of that forcing doesn't really seem to make anything effective actually come out of it. It's like a boss who's pushing you too hard and actually making his workers less effective. And I'm not sure who, you know, what the idea is, I suppose, but I think they're going to have to change something up for better results.
The other thing is that on Fleek, I mean, the way that he was trying to play Graves, it looked like he was Jarvan or something.
Yeah,
it was
like a ganking
so,
jungler.
Yeah, and it was so bizarre because so many things were unnecessary.
Yeah.
For some of the ganks that he was doing, and then he had the really weird thing where he went bottom, river brush, pathed up towards mid, paused, turned back around.
Yeah, went to blue.
Right, then went to blue.
Yeah, wasted about a minute and a half there or something.
Extremely inefficient jungling out of him on a jungler that really can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
And really doesn't play towards his strength. So we'll see if maybe he can get something going.
Yeah.
In game 2 on maybe a different jungle.
Hopefully. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, we have a special VCR, a very special video for you guys to watch in the break. So make sure you stay tuned. You don't go anywhere during this break. You definitely do not want to miss this. It is a follow-up of something we've done in the past, and everybody's involved this time around. So maybe you guys can catch my drift, but you definitely do not want to miss this. During this break, maybe the best entertainment we'll have in the series the entire time. So make sure you guys are staying tuned. I thought we were going to break, but also the Bard skins at the end of the series. Don't forget that. But guys, going to the break, going to the video. See you in a bit.
그 보였다.
나도. 나한테.
에, 오고.
나 여기서 딜할게. 벽에서 딜할게.
에, 보자.
천천히.
야, 괜찮아.
야, 들어가. 렛츠고.
안 보여.
나 신나는 안 보여. 아니나요? 안 보여. 연막탄. 야 바텀으로 끝내버려 그냥. 눈이 안 보여요. 잘 자요. 난 좋은데? 좋은데? 텔로 올까? 텔 좋은데? 텔 좋다. 텔 좋은데?
끝난 거 같은데?
좀 마커
샌드박스
라인 끊는다.
좀 마커 라면 끓여줘.
야 아래
여기서 광해검 사버리기. 이 영약 빨아버리기.
묶을게. 묶었어.
이래버리기. 맞춰버리기. 앞점을 써버리기. 수면 초식 해버리기.
오케이.
매자 25 해버리기.
사발면이고.
게임장 띄워버리기.
사발면.
완벽했다. 나를 둘러싼 모든 것들이 완벽했다.
강팀주님, 요즘 서부팀 경기 잘 안 보시는 것 같아요. 트렁크 한번 봐봐요. 거기에 뭐 숨기는 것 같던데?
선우, 해설하다가 급하게 나갔어. 너한테 가는 것 같다. 조심해. 동부팀 경기 보는 거 눈치챈 것 같아.
동부팀 경기 봤어?
I saw it. 봤어. 꿀잼.
나도 봤어. 환희잼.
모든 게 완벽했다. 나를 둘러싼 모두가 완벽하게 나를 속이고 있었다. 재밌니? 혹시 너 알고 있었어? 어우, 야, 태호 그 자식이 꿀잼이라고 한 경기만 보자 그래서. 나 몰래 동부 경기도 같이 보고 네가 내 친구가 맞긴 하니? 당연하지. 그렇다면 분석 똑바로 해 이제부터! 재혁 씨, 대체 왜 동부는 재밌는 거야?
선우 씨 괜찮아요? 선우 씨. 뭐야? 선우 씨 괜찮아요? 뭐요? 한옥 씨.
더 이상 강팀준이 아닌 거야?
난 네가 사랑에 빠진 게 죄는 아니잖아. 꿀잼.
이런 갓나 새끼.
너도 보고 싶잖아. 동부특 경기 보고 싶어 죽겠잖아 당신. 아니야?
이게 나야.
엄마 아빠 뭐가 그렇게 쉬워? 아니 언제는 강팀이 최고라며. 내가 미치겠는 거 동부팀과 서부팀을 동시에 좋아한다는 거야.
그러게 남의 바로 함부로 치는 게 아닌데.
맞아요. 저 싱글이라고요. 혼자 사는 게 무슨 문제인지 말씀을 해보시라고요.
LCK 걱정하지 마. 내가 후원하도록 하지. 친해질게.
저도 LCK 들어가고 싶은데.
찬성 하시는 분?
난 찬성.
건대요.
저도 찬성이에요.
Welcome back everybody for the Friday night's LCK 2020 Summer Split Analyst Desk. We'll be joined by our fellow analysts, Wadid and Lyra.
반갑습니다. 리라 남태입니다.
두 분 덕분에 제가 합류할 수 있었습니다. 찬성 감사드려요.
That was an awesome K-drama parody. And let's move on to the analyst for the draft. Damwon was having a huge stomp on over Sandbox. Sandbox got the R1 Syndra. So yeah, this is a two-way flex pick, and a lot of LCK teams are actually using it on mid lane, but this time around they were going for a really hard priority for the bot lane. Maybe due to Joker role swapping to the coaching staff because he was used to be a support player, maybe they're focusing on the bot lane. But even though Sandbox had a lot of possibility to counter the comp from the Damwon Gaming, they weren't actually pulling off the best draft possible. This was the first blunder that Sandbox made. This was the first gank coming from OnFlink. So OnFlink wasted so much time over here, and after the first failure, he actually overstayed and looking for another gank trial. However, the second try was not perfect as well, so we could say that OnFlink started to be so behind compared to Kenyon. And then this was a very critical mistake from Gorilla. Syndra returned to lane with the TP, so she was having a lot of priority. However, that kind of fight attempt from Gorilla was a huge miss, and Sandbox started to lose their momentum of the game. So even though Sandbox was preparing a lot of bot-oriented game this time around, they weren't able to convert it into a gameplay. And this Dragon Fight was the moment for Damwon Gaming to have the huge tide of the game. Because Sandbox was so behind, they were setting up for this raid. However, Nuguri had a very high proximity for this fight, so Jace was just joining the fight by walking down from the mid lane, but Wukong had to use his TP and find the TP angle. However, that was not as successful as we expected. Sandbox did too much damage onto the front line, so they weren't able to melt down any of the crucial members on the side of Damwon. So on the point of Damwon players' view, it could be a huge throw from Sandbox Gaming, and this game was a very typical game of a strong team versus a weak team. So we could see the power level gap was so huge.
과연 이번 경기 POG는 누구일지
Let's check out who will be the player of the game for the first game of tonight.
진짜 이게 POG가 누가 투표도 안 이상할 것 같은데 일단 바텀 아니면 믿을 것 같아요.
And Burrow will get the POG on Maokai.
좀더 의미가 큰 게 바텀 쪽에서 신드라 스레시를 활용해서 바텀에서
This is really huge because Sandbox was focusing so hard on the bot side, but Burrow was so strong to break them down and even compensated.
계속 보여주면서 그래도 지금 신드라 스레시
So we can see that a lot of attempts coming from Gorilla and Root, but none of them were actually very meaningful for Sandbox. Rather, Damwon was always the one turning it around and getting more points ahead of Sandbox Gaming. In addition, Burrow's itemization was also really clever. But outside of Maokai, also all 4 players are also contributing really huge amounts in this game. So Burrow picked up 7 votes out of 12. But you can also see Showmaker winning some of the votes. So this will be, we'll be moving towards the game number 2, Damwon Gaming versus Sandbox Gaming.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the Analyst stats. Working? Can you? Okay, there we go. It's kind of in and out. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that second episode of the Korean drama. I think it's Dongbu. No. Bubu의 세계, but it's like they put in like Dongbu's Hobu의 세계. Anyway. It's the next one, and I had a very proud moment in there with my PogChamp. I was very proud of that one.
I hope that you learned something there, Valdez.
What was that?
That's why you don't touch the other team's Baron.
Okay.
Text it.
Yeah, I'll make sure never to do that. Okay. Thank you. And yeah, we got some League of Legends still. Damwon is on the red side. And Sandbox is on the blue side, so the colors don't match up, but we'll see how it changes things here. Set Varus. Nobody wants to play against Varus nowadays. I think he should be seeing some nerfs soon, LS.
Oh wait, he got an amazing nerf.
Yeah. 5 damage off his off his Q at level 18, or
now they're not trying to go too extreme, like 0.25 seconds.
Okay.
For Zoe, but they are, things are happening.
Next level.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear something's happening.
They might even remove 180 from him.
Oh.
Batch.
Oh no.
Yeah. Maybe 2.
Yeah, I'm sure that would fix things.
Yeah. Damwon is okay. Varus and Ezreal probably going to ban Aphelios next, and Sandbox banning away the Senna, Karma, and the Set. So this is going to be pretty interesting. This, I think, will guarantee, by the way, if these ban phases keep up like this, that Set will get nerfed in 10-11. Or, I'm sorry, 10-14.
Yeah, 10-11 is
because 10-13 is coming out, but 10-14, I think that'll put him again on the nerf block. And honestly, I mean, at that point, just getting destroyed for so long. Aphelios gonna be B1'd, and now how it's Damwon out.
Yeah, well, Damwon is going to go for that gigantic Trundle priority, which we have seen before.
You might have think that something just happened to me, but
no,
really
no.
it was Trundle pick. Yeah, it got to me.
I understand. I felt it too.
Felt like I had a heart palpitation or something going on there. I'm not sure.
At least it wasn't Renekton.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Be alive. Might need a paramedic. Syndra is going to get locked in here. R2. And
there's
now
so much priority on Thresh for Gorilla that, I mean, you know, it's pretty good with Aphelios, don't get me wrong, but with how early it was picked in the last game, with Senna still available and Senna Maokai available, and how good that is against Thresh, it was a little bit surprising, but they're gonna pick it up once again here and go with Jarvan. So you were saying that Omphik was kind of playing like Jarvan in game 1. Maybe he can find the right champion for it this time.
Well, already, I mean, yeah, he was definitely playing like Jarvan. And Damwon now are actually picking champions that run into the opponent's team composition, which I've voiced many concerns over such things in the past. So obviously Trundle and Pantheon trying to jump into Aphelios is not what you want to be doing, as Syndra is the lone soldier right now that has any sort of range advantage going on. Renekton does get banned away. And again, this is one of those situations where you have Pantheon, you have Trundle, you have Syndra. You should want Renekton to get picked by the enemy team. You should implore them and basically say, please, pick that champion. As Sandbox, now they're going to decide what they want to ban away. It's going to be the Jace. And so counter pick is still reserved here for Nuguri or Showmaker, as we have seen Ghost play Syndra. And then in addition to that, Pantheon is also able to go mid or support or jungle or top. So
nice.
In a way, all of Damwon's champion picks in theory could be concealed still. They could be giving pretty much nothing away except for the overarching theme of their team composition. Zoe, finally banned away.
Yeah. Taking away that champion, I suppose, against Dove. And the Corki was hovered there by Showmaker for a little bit. And they're going to say, we don't want to deal with Zoe, Jace, Corki, anyone, you know, Ezreal. Karma even, anyone that can put down the big poke. And they're just going to ban them all away in this game, as Wukong is picked up here, so there's just more dive to add along with this composition.
Yeah, they're just trying to go all in. And so now, if Sandbox dials back and they go for a protection team composition, that could be one of the answers to what Damwon's trying to do. I mean, Damwon still does have one pick remaining. Mordekaiser coming in. And I assume that'll be for top lane. And now they have to decide what the other pick is going to be. And this is a bit of a weird situation. I mean, Cassiopeia, even though there is a Syndra on the enemy team, is so good against so many of the remaining champions. Azir, another good champ against hard engage. He'll actually be able to use his R. And Sand Soldiers this time. And also, Mordekaiser is one of those champions where he doesn't really implore the opponents to get lots of magic resist. And when you look at some of these champions, it's very awkward for Pantheon and Wukong to really get MR. And if Syndra's going to end up getting like a Banshees or something, she's really stifling her build as well. But it looks like Syndra might be headed down to bot lane, and that might be a Casa win coming in for Damwon.
Looks like it. Casa win. We'll have to see if it actually does pick up a win. Something that was interesting to me is that, you know, the coaches weren't really talking at all. It was all Showmaker. He was like, I want this champion. Give this to me. Oh, maybe Akali. No, actually, let's go for Kassadin this time. It looked like he was really the one shot calling the draft when it came to that last pick there, so.
And this is really good. I like seeing stuff like this. We're seeing Pantheon put into the support role. Been a pretty big advocate of this for a very long time since the support item changes, because he can reliably get to meaningful lethality items. And then because he has the execute damage, he is able to remain relevant. He has global pressure, in a sense, from support. Very, very strong kill lane as well. However, the onus is really on Thresh to mess up here unless Syndra opens with QE, because otherwise Pantheon can never W. He'll always just get played back, assuming that Thresh has hands. So Mordekaiser, Jarvan, Azir, Aphelios, and Thresh now have a little bit of a problem right now. As Aphelios, he might have 200 years, but Kassadin is definitely BC, along with Zoe.
He's been around since the Stone Ages, I think. This guy, we all remember him from the yesteryear. And he's picked up every now and again nowadays, so I'm happy about that we do sometimes still get to see that Kassadin. So let's see who does pick up the win in this one. We're going to jump onto the Rift once again for Game 2, a match 5. Dom1 absolutely trounced them in Game number 1. Game 2, I feel like it's not as straightforward of a draft, but it does kind of work. Like all the pieces are kind of going in the same direction this time as well.
I would feel so much more comfortable being Dom1 here than I would ever feel being Sandbox. And I mean, right off the bat, we have Azir with Doran's Ring and double red pot, but you're against a Kassadin. And we've seen mid laners that are very confident, like Chovy, Showmaker even historically, they'll just go Cull. And basically say, okay, I'm going to auto-attack you a lot, especially if you're ranged. You can end up doing that because the Doran's Ring just doesn't really make any sense. Kassadin's not interested in trying to kill you, so you don't need the combat stats. And he's also very slow at pushing back, so they could have gone for Corrupting Potion, Cheater Recall into Darkseal. That would be very effective, and then you pull the lane on your side. Kassadin's melee feels very bad. But definitely not a good sign when you look mid.
Well, these Korean players, they're not cheaters. They don't like that cheater recall. They want to play very straight up and give their opponents a good chance to also win the game. They want to play it fair. But yeah, I mean, there's clearly some improvements that can be made. Dove is still going to get in his face, as you always should against the Kassadin. And we're going to just have to wait and see how this one pans out. I'm most excited about the bot lane, to be honest, to see how this one does work out. Beryl taking the Ignite and Syndra with TP.
And Showmaker.
Okay, we're just going in there. There's the pillar. I think he's dead. One more auto. Oh, he canceled it. He will survive with the Triumph on the backside. And there you go, just like that. Level 2 gank on a Trundle to take him down.
I mean, this is one of the worst things that you could ever have happen. He ends up buying a refillable potion, but I mean, Showmaker, he's at 75, 80% HP. On Kassadin, lane state is in a flawless position. Such a giant, nice wave going into him. He has fleet footwork. I mean, he's sitting pretty. And the problem is that he is a ticking time bomb of a champion, and having your Azir set so far back, I mean, this is one of the most sinful ganks, and it works out. Dub doesn't have level 2, not able to get the level up for any sort of HP. And meanwhile, down here in bot lane, Ghost and Beryl, they're just playing this very reserved, very safe and steady. Canyon finally getting to work on the right-hand side, and on Fleek, looks like he's gonna come in here.
There's already a ward down. On Fleek is gonna spot it though with the Scryer's Bloom.
Now he might, yeah, he's gonna smite thinking that, because he doesn't know if On Fleek has it or not, so that's why he has to play it safe. And you can see Showmaker being a little bit careful.
You know, there's no flash here.
Yeah, Nuguri might just get a kill, but you can see On Fleek, Beryl here as well. Oh.
It's gonna be like a 4-on-2 of sorts. Dove is trying to get out of there with a flash on in, and Dove, ooh, the dodge on that one as Nuguri is just showing off here with his mechanical skill. Not sure why Ghost was anywhere near the
wave is coming into him, so I can't fathom why he wouldn't just be standing right pocket and then waiting for it. So, Sandbox, they do manage to bounce back in some area. This might just be a QE and then a trade. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Trying to execute down onto Gorilla, and he is gone.
Yeah. Pantheon, pretty nice champion.
He provides
deals
a lot.
Insane amounts of damage.
Forces the flash as well.
Yeah.
See you later.
And now with Syndra's wave clear, Ghost should be able to actually hard shove this wave and next wave, and then Aphelios and Thresh's recalls are stifled between each other, and so the XP gets a little bit weird. We take a look at the replay. I want you to pay attention to Nuggery's clickback against Jarvan's EQ. Very, very clean to not get knocked up, and thus doesn't require Pantheon to flash, commit his Ignite. Pantheon, yeah, the wave was coming in. There was no reason.
That's just risky.
It's pretty cool. Aphelios at level 3 has a Varus ultimate. It's really nice. And then this is very standard procedure. Thresh should have been standing behind Aphelios to lantern him out, but barreling Ghost, quick capture, and that was the interaction I was talking about where Syndra just sets up for Pantheon, very easy.
Yeah. Simple and clean is the way they do like it, and they should have seen, or at least expected Beryl to go down there. Now on the backs, and because the teleport was used by Ghost, they're going to take this opportunity to go ahead and take out the Cloud Drake first. This happened in game number 1 as well, actually, very similarly. And
it's good to get the Cloud Dragon for Mordekaiser. This champion that generally doesn't really get CDR in his build unless he builds Zanya's, but hold on.
Level 6 on level 5, Summit. He may have stepped a little bit too far forward.
Oh, does he have 6?
He's trying to get it. Look at this XP bar on the left, guys. He's gonna get it, and there it is.
He's still dead.
He's dead. Well, he's got. Okay. He's gonna flash. There's the shield. Nuggery's waiting it out, and he might not get it. He finally does at the last second, as Nuggery totally calculated down to the wire. He was not backing up.
There it is.
And there it is, the QE. As easy as you'd like. There's no summoners, no flashes on both bottom laners. You can't be that close to Syndra Pantheon.
I mean, the level of destruction happening in this series, it really looks like... I'm not even really sure what this looks like. This is a gap.
Is it new to you?
I can't even liken it. I can't even say that it's like LCK versus Challengers, because really Challengers puts up seemingly more of a fight.
Oh, that's mean, but it might be true, as Beryl is once again trying to pull off a POG performance here, LS. And they're just all over them once again. I mean, you can't even walk in your jungle. We're 7 minutes into the game.
I love Pantheon, by the way, as a support. So happy to see him here in this game. He's so much pressure, and then he gets the Umbral Glaive, and his vision control is also so impactful because he's constantly running around. He threatens to 1v1 you, which is also very scary. His item purchases, very effective, very cheap, gets a lot of value out of Serrated Dirk, only 1,100 gold. You can actually funnel resources into him, and then he influences the map. We're going to take a look at the replay, and you can see Summit. He's waiting on that one minion to die.
I think he said I should get this. I think I'm going to win. And that's it.
More no flash.
Or no flash. And he had it all the way. And here's the easiest setup you've ever seen.
That's the QE, and it basically, I mean, it's like Moses parting the Red Sea or something. It just gives Pantheon the opening on Thresh that he normally wouldn't have because of the Flay. So Syndra has to always set up like that, otherwise they can never get a kill. So it's really on Thresh to try to dodge the QE.
Boy. Now they're forcing Shelly here, but Nuggery is going to get a double knockup. Canyon here, but the Death Realm is going to be put onto Canyon, it looks like, who's only level 5. But I'm not sure that Mordekaiser has the damage to take him down at this point, as he's just going to be taken out there after the Death Realm, his teammates leaving him to die. And this is even more of a stomp than game 1.
You know what I'm thinking of right now? I'm thinking back to when I was like 9 years old. I was in the dugout, and the coaches told us that the baseball game was going to stop because of a mercy rule.
And that's why you're an esports commentator.
And I'm just wondering if I'm going back to that right now.
Yeah. Nuggery doesn't care. Good trade 1-for-1. It's a bit of a shutdown on Jarvan, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to get plates for the Kassadin. They're going to get solo levels for the Kassadin. Beryl picks up another assist. It's only wins here, really, on the side of Damwon. And easily the most one-sided bout we've had here in this season. I mean, we haven't had a lot of fights yet, but it's
This could be
it's hard.
One of the most lopsided series I can recall in years.
It's a series of lopsidedness. Nice flash play. Good try, but he nearly dies as Pantheon. Pretty fun champion. Gonna survive for a really long time.
Okay.
They do get the kill onto Syndra.
This is really big for Sandbox.
Yeah, and they should be able to pick up the second kill.
Very
Nicely
big.
done.
Shutdowns.
They finally do it.
Yep.
Underneath
Managed to
that
get
turret.
a kill onto the Aphelios as well, which is really important because honestly, the only way they're coming back into this is on the back of some 200 years.
Yeah.
And that's the champion they need to have the gold right now. Mordekaiser's out of the game for basically ever. The only thing that he is right now is a Death Realm bot because he will lose to everyone 1v1 at this point, pretty much. What was that? You saw that? The Canyon shot purchase. As Nuggery taking a really big trade onto OnFleek, who actually has a level advantage, interestingly enough, over Canyon.
Yeah. Not sure exactly why. But he's down one camp. We're going to take a look at the replay here.
Mountain Drake is up, and there is the Pantheon ult. Exhaust immediately on to Syndra, and this is Damwon. I mean, they wanted to have some fun too, and they did not bear in mind that Dub still had the teleport available. Really good play by him. Root going forward, and Azir able to help out big time with the plays down in bottom. The problem though is that Mountain Drake went over to Damwon, and again, it's really problematic. Mordekaiser doesn't get pen. Jarvan doesn't get pen. Aphelios, I mean, he has his other items that he has to end up getting first, so it gets a little bit awkward that his damage is also going to get stifled. So very, very problematic because Dub doesn't want to be getting an Oblivion Orb in this game. And so the only thing that he'll rely on is Sork Pen Boots when he ends up picking those up, but even that isn't super effective to get at this point in the game. 4 minutes until an Ocean coming up. That's going to be massive for either party that could end up getting it and trying to get themselves towards the Soul, but...
Oh, we're doing this again. He's got a nice amount of damage. I don't get the sense that he's trying to all in this one. He's getting him low, and here comes Canyon as he's going to be put in the Death Realm onto Canyon. Not sure about that one, but Summit's lane is pretty much over at this point anyway, as we're going to go for another try down on the bot side. No flash again onto Syndra as they try to ultimate and get the damage down onto OnFleek, and they will. The Showmaker makes his way over, and now they got a TP actually. Is Nuggery no ultimate, but he's frontlining here for Showmaker, and here comes Pantheon, and the dominoes fall one by one. Doesn't look like we're going to be diving root at the end of this one, but once again, more and more kills just fall easily in the laps of Damwon.
And I mean, meanwhile, Canyon was top lane, just farming. So, yeah, I mean, the Trundle is actually getting insane value while this is all transpiring. So, they go on to Pantheon, but Pantheon, pretty cool champion with that E. And makes Yasuo feel a little bit small right there. Not the end of the world, as the Pantheon ult comes in, they lock it up at 457 on the spear. Support, by the way.
He doesn't even like really need items. He has execute.
He has
and
the
his
execute and the E. So, and he has a stun. He has point and click stun. So
he's got CC tankiness and he's got damage.
He is such a good support. He has so many pairings as well that are very, very scary. Obviously, Talia, most notable.
Yeah. What was that? Avengers?
The Avengers.
Yeah.
There it is.
I didn't watch that movie, but I've heard of the combo.
Just don't even talk. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, Damwon are really putting on a show in this one. Maybe like the Avengers. I don't know. And yeah, they're just going to rotate up to mid here. Send Showmaker into the side lane. He's got TP. It's Kassadin. He is going to just take a fun time, farm it up, hit level 16 eventually. The game might end before he hits level 16, to be honest.
Well, 1.5 minutes until that Ocean Dragon coming.
He's
Oh
hunting.
yeah, Dove just press R. Yeah, and
He got
Claw
slowed.
and Pillar auto, and the Blast Cone is there.
Oh!
What is he doing, man?
He's staying around. He's like, maybe I can bait him. Maybe On Fleek can help me out. Showmaker's going in again. And he's just going to flash that one. I'm just watching the bottom fight. Top fight is going to be easy wins. The Showmaker says, yeah, nice Jarvan, but he's never going to get me. And Summit may be able to get a kill. He does onto the Syndra here. Now they're going to have to wait for Daddy Showmaker to come up and take the kill as he's now 5-0-5. And yeah, we're 15 minutes in the game, but it's already almost 10,000 gold. This one, guys, might just be GG.
This one is not. When is the last time? I think the last time we saw this was, I want to say Afrika, the Anivia game, versus, was it Dragon X? Afrika was blue side or red side, I believe.
Against Dragon X.
I think it was against Dragon X. Or it might have been against Damwon. Whatever Anivia's last competitive game was, as we take a, well, not last competitive, but take a look at this, and On Fleek, I mean, he's tanked Jarvan, so a percent of his damage is actually magic from the Cinder Hulk. And Kassadin is not who you want to be doing this. Force Pulse hits.
You see he scans to see when the ult is going to come out, and he's dead again. Oh boy, guys, this ain't pretty. There's no real way to put this lightly or to, you know, sugarcoat it here. This game is over. GG. Showmaker level 12, 6-0-5.
These are the kind of losses that you just want to sort of like depart quickly.
Yeah.
Where it
just feels bad for the losing team.
Yeah. They don't really have any insurance policies at this point.
The crud.
Root is the only, in theory, there's no real hope, honestly. I mean, Kassadin is at 2 completed core items at 17 minutes. He probably is going to have Seraph's Embrace. Oh, we're going to see it again. Yeah, it really drives the point home.
Production is a big fan of Showmaker.
Yeah. Okay.
He's just like dancing around him.
Yeah.
Does he even say anything?
가자!
I'm going.
내놔. 안 주면 던진다.
Let it go. Gimme. Yeah, that's what he was screaming about. Remember Pantheon? He's back.
Yep. Honestly, I mean, he maybe could have actually 1v1 the Zir.
Probably.
All things considered, which is very surprising.
Oh, they're going. Okay, well, they fought 2 of them.
Ghost is dead.
And Ghost is going to die. Root ate a bunch of damage.
So they should have let the Herald, they should have let the turret die and then let the Herald kill the mid inhibitor. That should have been what Sandbox would have done here, because that way they would funnel golden EXP into themselves.
Yeah, and they're so far behind they need
to try to stop the bleeding, pretty much. As not even sure if the so right here the Herald, it goes in, it crashes onto the turret, but they draw minion aggro. Not actually sure if the Herald would have been able to kill the turret. Maybe not.
No, I don't think so. The turret aggroed onto it, so it would have died. So in that case. So apparently what Showmaker actually said was, give it to me or I throw. Getting the translation now from G-Sun or
any big brothers in the chat.
Oh man, Showmaker, he is like, I am the man right now. I am the boss. You give me the kill, not the other way around. Summit, I don't think realistically has any chance here. It's against a Kassadin who can just hop around all of his abilities, so it's not a very fun matchup. Dove is going to get flashed on here. He does have Jarvan to help him with TP coming in, and Ghost is just, he's the one guy that's kind of in the punching bag, but unfortunately this time Root is going to say, nah, you know, I can't do it this time. Ghost probably begging for the kill. Snuggery's running after him. And Ghost is going to get that kill finally. So, yet another one. And you can feel the players, the game, they all know it's kind of over. It's like, it's so messy now that they're just like, both teams. Sandbox is throwing it to the wind. Damwon is just like having fun with it at this point.
Interestingly enough, this is actually why a lot of games, especially in LCK, or even when top teams can end up colliding, even at international events, sometimes games will just go very slow and it'll be a slow bleed out, is because this is usually the alternative, right? Is if you take fights while constantly down, if you try to play to mechanical edges that require you to outplay your opponents significantly in order to achieve success, then things can end up turning into a clown fiesta all the times that you roll poorly or you flip poorly. So, at this point, I mean, it's an 11,000 gold lead.
Oh, does he not see him with that ward?
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe he doesn't want to... No, I think maybe he didn't see him. He put a question mark ping, so it didn't look like he actually saw him with that ward. Interesting.
Well, this is definitely just waiting for the inevitable end here. Zhonya's Hourglass was picked up third by the Kassadin. That'll just make it so that he can dive more efficiently. Leandre is on Syndra, a bit of a savant is Ghost, maybe.
Oh.
Something is, I'm not gonna get my hopes up, I'll be honest, but.
Something's brewing over there at Damwon.
Something's brewing, someone made an invent post or something, I'm not sure. But that is actually surprising. As looks like Pantheon's going Black Cleaver, and okay, that one I don't really like super much.
Can't win them all.
Now, he is one of the champions that stacks it extremely quickly, but the only other person dealing physical damage is Wukong, who has it himself. So you're not really amplifying any damage for Syndra or Kassadin. And then the armor values on some of the... Well, I guess actually the armor values on Jarvan and Mordekaiser is actually probably getting more pen than he would with a lethality item. It's a bit more expensive. You know what? Actually, I don't mind it. I think more about it. I'm a bit of an idiot.
All right.
It's fine.
I wouldn't call you an idiot. So the most idiotic people are the ones that don't realize their mistakes and own up to it, LS.
Thank you, Valdez.
A wholesome message to take away from that one. You gotta keep an open mind and realize when maybe you got off on the wrong foot. It's okay. You just take the next step on the right foot, and then you'll be just fine. As LS did.
I was doing the number crunches in my head. I'm like, actually, this does give more lethality as soon as he E's. So, or it'll give more pen.
Once E's.
It'll give more pen than he can get. Plus, it gives the 20% CDR, which then converts to damage because the Q casts will come up faster, and I guess the HP is valuable given how he's going to tend to engage. So that's basically the thought process is going through my head there. Whereas if they didn't have multiple targets building armor and their armor values are somewhere between like 50 and 70, it would just be better to have Duskblade or Draktar.
Okay, makes sense. As Summit is going to delay his death in the Death Realm. The Canyon is on the chase. He does have his flash. He's just going to hand that one over to Showmaker. He's probably asking for more kills, or he's going to throw. Let's see if he can maybe pick up the Penta. No, Nuggery is going to steal one away from him, as now Barrel's got one. How about one for each member? Can we do that now? Doesn't look like they're going to have a chance. They're just going to push mid. And to probably look to end this game, as Showmaker does have TP once again, looking a little bit like game number one, just a bit faster this time.
Is this the fastest series that we've ever had?
Ever? I don't know. But it's definitely close.
It is 6:20 right now. This is
that's crazy. And yeah, that's about it. GG, guys. 24 minutes. We had 24 and a half, and then we had 24. And that's going to be the end of this one here. They're not even going to delay it. They're going to show a little bit of mercy there at the end as Sandbox get ravaged here by Damwon. And that is just about it. Not much else to say. Showmaker, I think, had an incredible performance today, as did Beryl, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually
the two of them
struggling
just like
right here.
carried the team by themselves. Nuguri showing off a bit with his mechanics. Canyon, very stable, strong jungle performances. Ghost, he struggled a little bit in game 2, but it didn't matter all that much just because the rest of his team was just bopping him on the heads. And so that's about it. Easy win there for Damwon. Sandbox are going to have some kind of major change-up, or
well, it's,
I don't know.
you don't even want to say that it's just 2 series in a row. I mean, their spring was also looking extremely rough.
I mean, they barely got out of promotions as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, that's what
Team Dynamics got out ahead of
right.
them.
So, Sandbox is, I mean, fundamentally, they don't seem to. It's always a weird thing when you say fundamentally they don't know how to play the game, but it's actually true. Outside of Summit, the laning phases and jungler coordination, jungle pathing is, well, that's how you lose money on stocks.
Yeah.
You know, that's not totally sure.
The graph is going down.
But also,
time to sell.
The draft approach, it's like sometimes they try to draft like DRX without the star-studded lineup that allows you to get away with that. Yes, they have Summit, but
yeah,
that's pretty much.
That's about it.
That is about it.
And even then, I mean, he was up against a really tough opponent. Nuguri was able to outplay him, not just in the lane, especially in that game 2. You remember how he came down and helped out, picked up a gank for himself, returned to top lane, got level 6 first, and was able to roll that into a lane win.
Even in mid lane, Dove, in game number 1, game number 2, his wave management, fundamentally not there, even when he was on the champion that should have autonomy on it. I mean, the Dorang's Ring start in game 2 as well, not that it mattered on the first, in fact, it actually almost helped him on the first split, having that extra HP. But it speaks to, I think, understanding of what's going on and why. Showmaker was constantly getting better recalls off on him in game 1, having better tempo, able to actually go places, still be ahead. Showmaker is one of the best mids in the world.
He's
so
rank 1 and 2 on the Korean solo queue ladder. So I think if you're able to get to that, you have to have an insane amount of knowledge about how to play the game, how to play your lane, and
mechanics.
It's obvious that, mechanics is the other thing. I mean, Showmaker's got all of that in spades, and it seems like, you know, when he first came in, we were all excited. He's kind of been wobbling a little bit, and maybe now this is his moment to really take off because, I mean, we'll have to see how he does against stronger teams. Against the top 3 is something you always mention, that's really the test here in the LCK right now. And we'll have to wait and see when that happens.
Interestingly enough, you know, I mean, we used to use the Elite 4 term to describe the top laners, and now it's sort of like the Hydra in top lane, but the Elite 4 is sort of like mid now, where it's Faker, Chovy, BDD, and Showmaker really as the peak of mid lane in LCK, and then everyone else is just sort of below them. So it's always a very difficult thing to try to go up against them. And we just see, I mean, even the dives are very uncoordinated, very forced. Showmaker able to arrive in this highlight. Nuguri coming in off of his win up in time, and Canyon's just getting to do whatever he wants. On Trundle this game, I did give the MVP to Beryl, just because I felt like he helped set up so many things on the Pantheon. Yes, Showmaker popped off, but if you take a look at Dove here, he turns back around to try to, I'm not totally sure. I mean, don't really know what to think.
Yeah, at that point, really not sure what was going on. Maybe he thought the Jarvan could help with the knocked-up, but it's Kassadin. He can just jump right over you and take the kill. And there wasn't really much of a redeeming moment here in the second game for Sandbox. I mean, Jarvan had a couple of decent engages when Damwon got out of position, but that was about it. So we're going to listen in here.
노플
인도
할게.
네, 나가.
바꿀게 나. 너 이기지 건보야.
이겨.
애매한데요.
그만 찔려고.
그냥 보자.
나 안 친다.
조심해 건보야.
마블레 어때요? 파대.
가볼게 나도. 야 앞에.
잡았어.
나이스. 가는 중.
쓰레쉬.
똥 분리.
끝나나?
미드 라인 밀면
라인 하나.
끝나겠다.
라인 오긴 해.
야 라인 지킬게.
바론 갈까? 바론 갈래?
끝나.
끝나. 야 텔로 올게.
야 이거 궁 400, 800 아지르 높여. 아지르 궁. 궁 있어. 노플이야 노플. 이거 아껴. 아궁 없나? 모르겠네.
Azir didn't use his ult. Did he use it? I don't know. 텔 박아봐봐. 갈게.
뛰어내
Just get him. 박을게. 아지르 놓고. 박았어.
내가
Tower.
이거 아지르.
끝낼 것 같아 이런가?
끝내면 아지르라고. 아지르면 박을게.
끝났다. Yeah, it's
Stand
over.
by.
It's over.
바이바이.
Bye. Yeah. See
가주죠.
ya.
잡을 수 있었는데.
We could have got him.
He's like, oh, what are you doing? Don't hit the Nexus. I gotta pad my KDA. What are you doing, man?
Well, that was a bit of a performance.
It's almost 1,000 damage per minute on a Kassadin on a game that ends before 25 minutes. You don't see that too often.
Yeah. Not really, not totally sure. I could definitely see Showmaker getting the MVP this game, but I gave it over to Beryl.
I mean, there was the great gank from Canyon, then
Yeah.
there was the follow-up gank from Beryl, and then
And
a follow-up
Uggery.
gank from, and then Uggery.
It was
and
a
then
party
Beryl
win.
came again.
It was genuinely a party win.
And Showmaker was just there to, have good mechanics and pick up the kills. So I think it should be Beryl as well. He does pick it up. All is right in the world.
Yeah. And that is a really, really good performance by him. And honestly, I think Dove is just not very happy after that. Everyone on Damwon thought that it was Dove Chocolate in mid lane. That's why everyone's migrating there.
Taking a little bite.
Yeah. Just wanted a little piece of the chocolate.
Chomping down. Reminds me of Charles.
Yeah.
We don't get to see him too much here. Good old Cho'Gath. Maybe someday. And yeah, he is able to follow up here. Yeah, we talked about all the things that support Pantheon has in his kit without even needing items. It's tankiness, it's execute damage, it's CC, but it's also a global and great mobility from around the map to be able to just, hop into the fight in mid or bottom, or maybe you can even rotate top to a Rift Herald play, right? There's a lot of, you can get there before another support because we all know that LCK teams they used to love all, rotating up to the top side for the Rift Herald, but he does seem pretty good, actually. We'll have to see if any other teams watch this and they say, hey, that looks pretty good. Or if they just write it off as, Damwon's a much stronger team.
Right.
But I think it is a little bit more than that. So we'll have to wait and see. But guys, we do have the interview now. It's going to be with just Beryl. Let's hand it over to Jisoo.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with Translation, and let's hear from Beryl, the solo POG today. First off, how do you feel right now? Well, we always had a bad start, but this time around we were able to get a win for our first match, so it feels really nice. So let's talk about your solo queue grinding. I heard that the players didn't go out during 3 months. Is that true? I mean, I'm a person that doesn't really like to go out, so I just stayed in my gaming house. Well, during those times, I guess Dawn Gaming, especially you, practiced a lot and did a lot of experiments, right? Yeah, that's true. Well, Beryl, but on the other interview, you actually said that a team is bad if support players only get the MVP, but you are the solo POG today. Well, today, I was just lucky. So what did you exactly mean with that phrase? I mean, for today, well, we got ganked, but I got really lucky to survive. And Sandbox was a little bit having little heads up to our potential plays. So I was quite lucky today.
그리고 베린 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶은 게 오늘 상대가 샌드박스. 어쨌든 1패는
Your opponent was Sandbox, a team that already dropped the series. And they were quite underperforming, to be honest, but outside of that, Dawn Gaming, you guys were seriously so explosive. You guys were being really one-sided. Well, during the practice games, I mean, we always do our best and we try to enjoy it, but today we were able to kind of convert that into competitive game as well. So we were able to show our performance that we used to have during the scrims. And Beryl, you are always the playmaker, setting everything up. So today as well, you played Maokai and Pantheon. So what was the plan on picking those champions today? Well, for the Pantheon support, well, if you look up to the OPGG, you can see that Pantheon is top on the table. So I think that Pantheon, the champion itself, is not that good, but I think I piloted it really well. Bro, being super confident over here. Did you only play League during the 3 months off season? Not really. And today, Ghost was also on fire. We could hear that he had such a high desire to beat his old team. I mean, I heard so, but during our practice, I think he forgot. But I guess it still remains in his heart. Did he mention anything about that? I saw him using the sandbox emote. Well, before the game, I saw him putting the sandbox emote, so all 4 players also followed him. So it's really amazing to see Damwon Gaming with such an improved performance, because some said Damwon Gaming's performance during MSC was not as high as people expected. How were you guys able to kind of step it up? What was your take on from the MSC? During the MSC, I think our tier list was not that accurate, and our draft was not really clean after the MSC. So our players and coaching staffs, we went back to the drawing board and got our new tier list. So we were able to be ready for the summer split. Showmaker at the mic check, he said, "Give me the kill or I will throw." And he even stole the dragon with Zoe's spell. How did the teammates react to that? I mean, Showmaker is like that whenever he plays Kassadin. We tried to give him a lot of kills in the early phase, but still, he is always super greedy. Based on this performance, the fans are so excited to see your next series. And SB also pulled off a really amazing performance yesterday. I watched their game yesterday and Seorae won. Yeah, definitely. Just like the spring split, they were keeping this kind of explosive performance, so we have to keep ready for it. We have to be ready for it. Well, Hybrid used to be the sole ace of their team, but this time around, Miki was also popping off. So their mid and bot duo looks super strong. So, lastly, any last message for your fans? Well, we've never made the first place during the regular split, but this time around, I promise to hit the first place during the regular split. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation. Great to hear from Beryl, and the amount that he has been practicing sitting in the facility for 3 months without leaving, it shows. He comes back in, picks up the player of the game, and it does seem that a lot of the players on Damwon now are really just focused on performing well here in summer, kind of using spring as a learning experience, saying, oh, we seemed a little bit confused in our drafts and our tier list on where certain champions were. So we've redone all that and we've tried to relearn everything. And they looked really good, at least in the first series. I think they have Seorae Prince on Sunday. Yeah. And then they go up against GenG on next Thursday. So that's going to be the match where I'm looking to see exactly how good is this team. Because what if they just come in and stomp GenG? I mean, that could happen.
That is something that could happen. And I think that would be very interesting if it would end up occurring. Because obviously, this series is very impressive by Damwon, but is it a fluke or is it just sandbox or what is really going on there? I think that overall they did look pretty clean. For the most part, I mean, everything was there. But, guys, we have the Bard, Chroma, and Skin giveaways right after this. We're going to take a look at the standings really quick as Damwon now in first place temporarily.
Yeah, joins...
Or, well, tied with Dynamics and
Dynamics.
Afrika. Yeah. And this is interesting. All the blue and green teams, for the most part, on the left-hand side. There was a point where it was only red teams.
Yeah, I remember T1, like Sandbox, KT. What else was over there? Those are like the three main
Sandbox
red
was there
teams.
at one point.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
I mentioned them all. But it does work. But guys, we do have the giveaway, so prepare yourselves. The codes are coming out here for NA, for the Astrobard skin and champion. There they are. Make sure you take a picture of that and try to put them in really quickly. Good luck to you all. We'll see you after a massive break for GenG up against DRX.
썸머에서도 역시 우승을 목표로 하고 있고 또한 이제 롤드컵에 나가는 것도 목표로 하고 있습니다.
처음에 좋은 모습 보여드리다가 뒤로 갈수록 되게 안 좋게 돼가지고 그런 부분만 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요. 서머 우승하고 롤드컵 우승까지 노려보겠습니다.
1라운드 때는 좀 기세가 좋았던 것 같은데 2라운드 때 좀 내려앉아서 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
스플링 때 더 올라갈 수 있었는데 올라가지 못해서 많이 아쉽기도 해요. 서머 시즌에는 그 다전제를 좀 경험해보고 싶어요.
제일 잘하는 탑딜러가 되고 싶다고 약간 많이 말하고 다녔거든요. 좀 더 공격적인 그런 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶은 마음이 좀 많아요. 서머 때는 더 나아진 모습으로 뵙고 싶네요.
제 개인적인 목표는 제일 잘하는 서포터가 되고 싶어요. 마타 선수가 우상인데 이번 롤드컵에 꼭 진출해서 우승하고 세체포 소리를 듣고 싶습니다.
옛날 겨울 되살려서 한번 KT 오게 됐는데 저는 되게 만족스러운 것 같아요. 결승전까지 가볼 수 있는 그런 성적이 나왔으면 좋겠어요.
개인적인 목표는 플레이오프에 진출하는 게 목표고요.
레인저 선수랑 같이 하게 되는데 강하는 바텀이라는 걸 보여드리고 싶고
스프링 시즌보다 훨씬 더 좋은 경기력으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
승강전이라는 게 되게 힘들었었고 쉽지 않았던 시즌이었지 않나.
다시 LCK 무대를 밟게 돼서 너무 행복했어요.
팀이 나를 믿고 따라줄 수 있는 약간 그런 선수가 되고 싶어요.
신생 팀답지 않은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK for the second match of the night, and it's the big one. GenG in their first match of the split up against DRX, already coming off a win up against T1, who were by and far the strongest team in spring. Of course, I'm Valdez, still joined by LS, and this should be a fun one. I think a lot of people are looking forward to this to see exactly where GenG are at, how good are they right now after the offseason. And can DRX keep their streak up against really strong teams?
Yeah, and I mean, DRX in the series versus T1, Chobi was very, very on point. Don't start. Don't start.
Hey, man, Cario is really on point, too, so
well,
that makes me very happy.
You know what? He was on point with Bard, and speaking of Bard,
okay.
we have a giveaway.
NA Bard.
Yeah, an NA League Partner Program Chroma for the Astronaut Bard, so you'll get the Champion, the Skin, and the Emerald Chroma. There's going to be 5 given away at the end of the series.
Great.
So, yeah, a couple of people that won the previous ones tweeted at me.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty pog.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
You'd say it was pretty Valchamp. Yeah. But, yeah, we're going to go into the points of the match. Anyway, one of the most hyped up matches, Spring Split's first seed GenG up against Dragon X with gigantic momentum after defeating T1. They're tied 1 apiece at MSC 3 weeks ago. These two teams have encountered again. Can they step their games up?
Well, this is going to be really big because, again, it's assumed that DRX and T1 and GenG are still going to be the big 3. Damwon, well, they did just have an immaculate performance against Sandbox. We don't really know yet where that necessarily means that they're probably going to line up. So DRX have an opportunity to really just cement themselves as the leaders of at least the first round robin of Summer. So this is a very big match for them, but likewise for GenG, because it means that they can keep that 3-way split alive, potentially, as both the team's respective aces, Chobi and BDD, who will triumph between the all LCK first and second team mid laners. And this is a really interesting point, because it's one that I had a bit of a rant on my own stream about, actually, in that Chobi and BDD don't get as much attention as they really deserve relative to the level of players that they are, because they never end up winning the finals, I guess.
Yeah.
So, that is pretty much it. Match history here. You can see that it ended up being a 2-1 win for GenG in round 1. Round 2, however, Dragon X bit back, and then in MSC, they ended up being 1-1.
Yeah, so guys, we're gonna take a listen into the trash talk now.
이번 MSC 때 젠지 만나서 1대1이긴 했지만
초반에는 저희가 좀 유리했던 구도로 갔던 걸로 기억해서 자신은 있는 것 같아요.
MSC 순위 결정전에서 졌을 때 화도 나고 그랬지만 뱀픽에서 좀 많이 밀리고 들어간 것 같아요.
DRX도 그렇고 저희도 그렇고 이번 MSC에서 중국 팀 같은 스타일의 강점을 많이 알았기 때문에 치고받고 싸우면서 되게 박빙일 것 같아요.
서머 때는 완벽하게 모든 경기 다 젠지 상대로 이기고 싶습니다.
고사이가 보여주지 않을까 싶습니다.
BDD 톱이 상대 전적이 15대 2 뭐 그렇던 것 같던데
저번 시즌에 LCK 퍼스트 팀이랑 POG 1위를 다 제가 먹었는데 제가 또 한 발 앞서 나가겠습니다.
포스트였어요? 세컨드 하시지 않았나요?
싸우는 거 좋아하시는 것 같은데 이번에 한번 박 터지게 싸워봅시다. 바텀이 승부처가 될 것 같은데 요즘 재혁이가 되게 잘해갖고
당연히 데프트 형이 이길 것 같아요. 게임이 후반까지 간다면은 이길 자신 있어.
데프트 엔딩이 많았었던 것 같진 않아서 롤러 엔딩이 더 적격이지 않나.
솔직히 그거는 예상하기 힘든 부분이긴 한데 그래도 데프트 엔딩으로 끝났으면 좋겠어요. 데프트 선수가 많이 죽어서 끝나는 엔딩으로.
어떡하죠 룰러님. 지금은 향로가 안 좋은데.
이게 제가 죽여서 데프트 엔딩 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다.
요새 잘 나가던데 조심 좀 하는 게 좋을 것 같습니다.
젠지 잘하는 팀이라서 솔직히 자신 없긴 해요. 질 자신.
저희가 1승 먼저 따내고 앞서 나가겠습니다.
순위가 바뀔 때가 됐죠? 스프링 때 1, 2등 먹었으니까 곱게 내려오세요.
열심히 준비해서 좀 스프링 때보다는 이제 좀 다르게 새로운 모습도 많이 보여드리고 MSC 끝나고도 더더욱 느낀 게 많아서 더 많이 바뀌려고 노력할 것 같고요. 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, it was pretty interesting to listen in. It's very nice to learn that Chovy, as he gets older and more confident and gains more experience in the LCK, he becomes better and better of a trash talker and is really getting in their faces about how they are.
Well, looks like GenG, no real big surprises in their roster. Now as it pans over to DRX, Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, and then at the bottom will be Deft and Kyria. So no surprises here either. So DRX, they're going to be on the red side in game number 1, and I imagine that actually could be pretty big. And that could mean that Chovy gets a favorable matchup for himself. I think that a lot of what ends up going on here today will probably be dictated more so though by top and bottom, and the reason that I say that is because BDD, even if he ends up falling behind, he's such a pillar of the team that it's hard for me to imagine that he would ever really be a liability. I mean, we're seeing the key player here as Chovy is on the winning side of things. Obviously, on Griffin, things went very good in previous years.
Yes, that is absolutely the case. This is it's pretty startling to look at, for sure. As you can see the total kills down there at the bottom. BDD, one of our guys that has gone above the 1,000 kill mark. He seems pretty happy about that. And, okay, we're getting a little wrist massage over here. Pyosik is seemingly enjoying it and not enjoying it at the same time, but I guarantee that doing wrist exercises and massages is definitely good for your gameplay if you're playing a lot, guys, so don't overlook that at all.
Well, DRX is probably coming into this as some people's favorites, given the match against T1 that they ended up playing. And it's going to be on GenG to somehow mount a resistance here. And Doran versus Rascal is going to be interesting. Mostly because both of them have been middle upper of the pack for a while now. And I think that's where chaos can really unfold, as well as in the bot lane, because if either of these respective bot lanes get ahead, then it causes a lot of problems. Jungle, I still imagine that Pyosik will sort of just be going around doing his thing inside of the jungle, Valdez.
Yep, that's usually what the junglers do. They go around the jungle and they do their thing. I'm really excited to see Keria. I'm becoming a big fan of this young support player. And I think, you know, he's talking a lot about how he wants to become the best support player in the world, but I feel like he's really already there, or he's at least on the cusp of it. So I'm just, you know, excited to see him grow as a player and see if he can keep it consistent, because that's really the main thing. You know, having a good half a split or split is not enough to call yourself the best. So want to see exactly how he does grow.
Very fast bans going on here as Set, Kalista both banned away, Varus and Pantheon now as well by DRX, so Ezreal and Aphelios are both still currently available. Karma is going to be banned by the blue side. And we'll see what DRX's final ban is going to be, what they would rather prefer to play against. And, I mean, there's the other option where this is just Wukong, I suppose. No, it's going to be Syndra. So Aphelios and Ezreal both there. And GenG says, yeah, we'll take Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal is definitely one of those. I mean, we've seen teams do this before, make the decision between the two ADCs, and I feel like in recent times the Aphelios has been doing a bit better. But, I mean, Ruler obviously is one of our gigantic Ezreal players, and so is Death. So maybe they're saying, well, we want to take it, and we also want to take it away from Death at the same time. Problem is, Yuumi is also still available, so we could just see Yuumi something else, and then a third pick, Aphelios, or maybe just Aphelios if they want to hide. But looks like we're going to see TF early here, actually.
Yeah, with the Yuumi. And this is going to provide enormous amount of control out the gate. And now we'll see how GenG elects to actually respond here. They might just actually pick up the Azir so that they have the favorable matchup into TF, but they're going to actually blind the Ornn. Now, this is very surprising because Kindred is quite a champion against Ornn and actually ruining him.
Yeah.
In the later stages of the game, can outright invalidate a lot of Ornn's attempted engages that he would seek. And then when you consider what Kindred will also do to Nautilus, that's another thing that is immediately on my mind. And it just seems like such a strong spot to go for it. DRX first, though, they're going to lock in Sivir. This is a bit of a blast to the past here.
It makes me feel like with those two heavy backline accessors, especially Ornn, maybe they were saying, I dare you to pick Aphelios, but you're right. I think that switching around on them and saying, hey, Kindred, you know, it's just going to shut those two picks down might have been a good idea, but they go for something else, just perhaps a direct counter.
The thing that's so surprising to me is that the AD carry pool is still so wide open that I would imagine that GenG would never target the Sivir. So it shouldn't be a super high priority to get your hands on at R3, and it's not like you're really giving anything up, because I feel like it's a bit of a liability to risk Kindred getting banned here, or GenG may not even realize Kindred's power against some of their picks. I'm not totally sure, as Jarvan gets banned away.
Yeah. Jarvan alongside of those 3 that they already had would absolutely be really hard for so many of the members on their team to handle, so I don't mind it. It's something that Kled has played a ton of as well, so they do deny that. BDD obviously super comfortable on the Azir, one of our big Azir players, and now Graves is going to get taken off the table, so kind of just feels like they're taking off these higher tier junglers that are left.
Well, Wukong is being picked up and gonna get locked in, and yeah, I think they're reserving the counter pick for last, and that really could signal a Kindred, and maybe Piotrek just wants to know exactly what he's going up against prior to locking it in. Lee Song is being hovered. No clue why, as there's not a whole lot going on. And now Orianna is going to get picked up here. And when I say that there's not a whole lot going on, I basically mean that you can't ensure what the jungle dynamic is going to be, and you hand over a lot of responsibility to the opponents. And Lee Sin, well, in solo queue he's fine. In competitive, I mean, you don't really need to look much further than the last year and a half of how he's been going. And it's going to be Olaf instead of Kindred. And Piotrek is the Kindred player.
Yeah, he'd be the one guy to pull it out right now.
I mean, you look at all these champions, you look at the Ornn, the Orianna, the Nautilus, Kindred is just so strong. With her ultimate against all of them, can really ruin it, but instead electing to convert TF's lane priority into something meaningful. The control that's going to be present down in the bot lane with Sivir and Yuumi as well, and they're going to try to basically play for soul. So, another spin on Sin here for DRX.
Wow. Season 2 of the spin drama, or the Sin drama, I suppose you should say, is coming in here. As we'll take a look at their compositions. It almost felt like they were reaching for a ball carrier, essentially, with the Lee Sin coming in here, as Nautilus and Ornn aren't fantastic ball carriers. Ezreal's not really going to go that far forward. And we don't see Orianna all too often nowadays, but BDD is going to bring it out here up against TF. Something that obviously will be very safe in that lane. And take a look at the other side. Chovy bringing out the TF really early on, so I'm excited to see what he can do there. Wukong, Olaf, TF, and Sivir all together with Yuumi, definitely very good at attacking the enemy, but they're going into a lot of CC, so it'll be interesting to see how that does work out as we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. And let's do it right now.
GenG, they load into the Rift, and they're doing it. They're all running bottom. And this is that play that we talked about again yesterday. If in, 99% of games, everyone's just going to fan out, well, there's not a whole lot of value there. And then what is the percentage that the enemy team runs to the bottom and looks to 5v5 versus what is the chance that one of the enemy AD carries or supports venture down into bottom by themselves, isolated? And that's sort of the options that they're weighing against right now. The Airy, ethereal cat? Is that what you would call it? I'm not, whatever.
Okay.
Is giving away Yumi's location.
Yeah, actually, I know what you're talking about now. Ethereal?
Is that how it's pronounced? I mean, you're
I'm not sure. That's not a very commonly used
it's not
word.
Yeah. Americans, by the way.
Yeah. Native language, I guess. Well, we speak American, not English. Let's be real. Double Unsealed Spellbook in the mid lane. These are definitely two champions that can bring it to pretty much every game pretty easily. So not too surprising compared to other lanes, as Klid is going to be spotted here on the red buff. So they know exactly where that Lee Sin is starting. It's not too surprising that he is starting there unless he really wanted to mix it up. And we're going to have to settle into this one and see how it does go.
Nimbus Cloak and Transcendence on the Twisted Fate, as well as Stopwatch and Dematerializer. And here, big trade coming out.
It's really awkward. He's going to get ignited here too, as both heal and exhaust have to be used by Yuumi, by Keria here, just for the ignite of life, and they fall behind in the lane. As life kind of just ran straight at them, and Deft and Keria didn't really show them the respect that they deserved with that Nautilus passive. So, nice little trade early on.
Ooh, nice. Little trades going on here, and if we're really looking at this game, what we have to mostly pay attention to is what Olaf ends up doing. Because you can see here Lee Song, a little bit of a weird path. We see Lee Sins, we see Jarvins and friends do this path all the time, where they wrap back around, but it just makes them less efficient than the full clearers themselves. And you can see Olaf, he has Macetti, he has Talisman, and all that DRX is going to try to do is convert the lane priority in both mid and bottom into something meaningful. And Chovy, the reason he flashed actually is because he locked the blue card.
Yeah.
If he didn't lock blue, pretty sure he would just hold and get gold card and then stop Lee Sin and he would be fine. So 6 minutes he will have that spellbook available, so he can turn that dead flash into something, or the dead teleport.
Yeah, he's got a couple options there, but I suppose uncharacteristic mechanical mistake from Chovy. It's difficult with TF when you see that gold card pop up first. You panic and you try to press it as fast as possible, but then you end up getting blue sometimes if you're not fast enough. I heard way back, I forget, this must have been like 4 years ago, that there would be like there's like a supposed timer on the cards that if you count, if you
It's
count in your head,
111 BPM.
111 BPM,
Yeah.
that's the timer.
No, that's the cycle. That's the
Yeah.
that it works on.
Jesus. So if you have that in your head, you can predict what the next card is going to be.
Valdez,
theoretically.
Please.
What?
Please.
That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about TF's gold card, or like his card cycle.
Yeah, his card cycle.
Yeah, from the game, second the game starts. Pretty pog.
So
after
you pull it, how does the cycle restart?
No, it's from 0, 0, 0 as soon as.
So it's always cycling, even when you have a card pulled.
Yes.
And wow, that's it's pretty difficult to keep track of. Obviously, there's no other programs that the players are allowed to use on the computers at the same time. But maybe if you're playing at home.
Not an add-on or something that like gives you an aura or like a hue around Twisted Fate.
No, it wouldn't even have to be an add-on. You could just program a literal like beats, a thing that makes a different sound for the different beat.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone should go out and do it, but
Valdez is a cheater, not a big deal.
No, I'm not.
Well, speaking of cheaters, we
just theoretically, hypothetically, it's possible.
We didn't get any cheater recall in this game.
No, there's no cheaters in this one.
Lost chapter on the Orianna. And so Twisted Fate actually is not in the kind of position that he would want to be in. And we're all just playing ping pong with waves while Olaf continues to full clear.
You would imagine that with a Lee Sin on your team, after having gotten both summoners from the support, you might want to pull the lane and then try to set up a gank?
Incorrect.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, false assessment there.
Oh.
What you're going to need to do is farm.
Lee Sin needs to farm against the Olaf so that he can, fall behind. Essentially be less effective when he should be looking for early plays. I mean, I suppose Lee Sin's not bad at taking singular big objectives, like a dragon, like a Rift Herald, but you can see that Piercing is already getting to work here, and the TP is going to come in from the Sivir. they will be taking down this initial Ocean Drake extremely quickly.
Yeah. And interesting enough, yet again, by the way, this is the second day in a row that we've seen the Orns do this. They don't do it anymore in EU and NA, but here in Korea, they do build the Bomby Cinder very early, rather than the double, well, the double Ruby, I guess. Or did he have the double Ruby and get the Bombies and I'm just a clown? I mean, that might
Oh, here we go. BDD should have to flash away from this one. They do force the flash, but you're not going to get too much more than that after the initial stun does come in. You know, maybe if it was a jungler that had more CC and not Olaf. But that's not the way it goes here. Olaf is going to farm, and he's going to get the flash out of the Orianna and be able to run at her later on in the game.
Well, they do apply some pressure, but for the most part, everything has been going pretty smooth sailing. Chovy with the Merc Treads as his first pickup, has the Dark Seal with the Corrupting Potion as well to boot. And Olaf is continuing to farm here, as is the Lee Song after the blue buff. He's going to get right to work on that Grom.
Hell yeah.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like the Grom, right?
It's my favorite kind of jungler.
I know it is.
Lee Sin down 3 camps.
And I mean, all right, so after Lee Sin just finished killing Lord Grompulus Kevin Ribbiton of Croaksworth, he's gonna now make his way over to the Rift Herald. That's Grom's actual name.
Is that his real name?
That's actually his real name, yeah. I know.
See, nobody pays attention to the lore, so nobody knows these kind of things. But LS, lore specialist over here, he understands, guys. He gets stuff that you wouldn't even imagine belongs in this game. I mean, just incredible.
Some people might be wondering, well, what happened to Agatha and Bertha, the previous Groms? Well,
Yeah.
the Season Cup happened. They left.
Yeah, we don't talk about them anymore. They got fired after that one. We're just kind of chilling here. There's really not much going on in these games. The most action that's happened is a trade in the bottom lane at level 1, and objectives of 1 apiece going either way.
And, well, I mean, normally when you pick Twisted Fate, what you want to do is actually pull your wave so that he can Destiny Gate in behind the opponent and then maybe secure a kill. Alternatively, you can coordinate dives relative to your jungler's path. There's also currently a Raptor camp and a Gromp camp up that Olaf could be eating. And instead we're running around, Sivir, pushing the bot wave in.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Always be pushing. It's not always be closing. This is kind of the motto of the LCK teams. Every single team does this.
Yeah.
Always be pushing as hard as you can. You just watch them do this over and over.
They would be very good at childbirth.
Yes.
They would.
True.
Actually, yeah.
Or lifting weights, right? You gotta push the bar off your chest, right?
It's true. I mean, that's why LCK has the, you know, the most Chad of players.
True. Yes, very true. Especially Brad. We love him. I was hoping that, you know, this is something I actually wanted to talk about. Carry on Yuumi is really not enjoyable for me. He's like pretty much the best mechanical support in my mind, and he's being put onto Yuumi now. Yuumi has the ability to, okay, nice little trade here. Doran might get dove. With TF coming in, though, in the flash. Oh, they're going to try to turn this one around. They didn't want to go onto Ornn, but they are going to go onto him now with the exhaust coming out here from the TF. They might have enough. Rascal desperately trying to get in there and clap, and he will. Claps the face of the Wukong and picks up the first blood. Had to burn his flash, but so did the Wukong, so it's not bad at all for him.
And, I mean, when you consider Orianna's getting back into mid lane right now, there's no one to pick up that farm. This just means that TF's going to lose it. I'm actually surprised Olaf is not just gunning it straight to mid. And it looks like he's finally going to make his way over.
He's going to try to kick him after that last one goes down. Here it is. There it is, the flash comes in, and I think Jovi might just die. He's waiting, and there it is. Nicely set up by Clid. The AFK play works out in the end.
He definitely put the Sin in Lee Sin right there. Was Clid, and it ended up working out. So very good play nonetheless. GenG now lead by 200 gold. The issue, though, is that not a whole lot is really going on elsewhere. I mean, they're going to finally summon the Rift Herald here. They're going to get BDD quite a few plates, sharing it with Lee Sin a little bit. Doran does ding level 10, so he does have an XP lead over Rascal, but Chovy is behind. He has teleport, and he went top lane with it. So it looks like we're going to experience a lane swap here.
AKA LS.
Yeah.
Just another LS. Can't get away from them here on the Rift.
And,
well,
Mountain goes the way of GenG. That's a nice pickup for them.
Doing its Infernal, not Cloud Soul. Those were the two options that we do have here. So Infernal's going to be really nice for both sides even. As we'll take another look at this replay that Rascal set up essentially.
Yeah, and the flash out of the way by Doran. You have Kyoshik. He's doing the golems, comes in. And at this point, Doran does not need to input those extra autos at all. He could have just ran for the hills. He never would have died.
탑에 탈죠 내가 뭐. 될 듯? 너네 알아서 해?
That's it.
Yeah.
Didn't say anything else. We were waiting for the commentary from Clid. He was talking about the pre-setup. He's like, I think I got this guy. And he did in the end. So finally the Lee Sin doing something in this one.
And Kyoshik okay.
This is interesting.
Yeah, they cannot dive him.
No.
I believe.
BDD has TP as well.
Yeah, BDD has TP. And
this is a little bit of a blunder, I think. I mean, they're going to try to pull this off, but the turret goes down.
They can dive him with the minions, but the teleport would come in, and then Oriana.
Yeah, they think they have the damage here, and Jovi's tanking so much with the stopwatch. They finally do get him, and actually, the double kill is going to come in here for DRX. The rotation, perhaps a little bit late, as Clid is going to try to pull this off. Doran on guard duty, but he nearly gets Piochik anyway.
Yeah, so when the minions are there, they can execute that dive. The initial one was really weird because Ornn was able to remove the entire minion wave. But on the dive where they had the minions to initially buffer the damage, means that turret does not get to ramp up at all. Teleport coming in by Oriana very late to arrive to the party, and so BDD just donates a kill over. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Ruler finally does pick up the turret.
Watch the timing of
I mean, the TP should already be going.
Should be a second or two earlier.
He's getting no value. Just look at mid lane. They already crashed in the wave. He had nowhere to go on the right-hand side of the map. The TP should have just been there very prematurely to dissuade that from happening, and if not, then you're there to maximize your value with Ornn.
Okay, trying to set up a kill here. He's got red buff, but the cooldown on his Q won't come up in time. He's going to push Doran out of lane. But, yeah, I think he was looking at top. He's like, oh, Rascal's probably tanky enough. If they dive, I'll go. But, as you said, I think that can't be the thought process. He has to say, I need to deny this because we got a win already. We don't need another win with the big. As BDD, he doesn't have anything but cleanse here. He is going to use it in the end, as well as stopwatch, but he's already dead. There's no reason to use either of those things as BDD.
Yeah, I'm not
making a couple of mistakes here in this game.
I'm really not sure what he was trying to do there. Also, he's going for the Seraph's Embrace, Oriana, but there's not any hard nuke on the enemy team. So that one is also a bit surprising. And here in this game, I mean, Infernal Dragon's coming up in a minute. DRX, they've amassed themselves a 2,000 gold advantage. Olaf has Warmogs, but I don't believe he has the passive yet. for it, so we'll
It's pretty early.
Yeah, we'll see when it ends up panning to him. What his HP is at? Maybe we'll get panned to him soon.
He was there on our screen.
He was there on our screen, but
no.
Yeah, this is very.
Jono Strong says no.
All right. Well, we take a look at this replay here now. BDD, I'm very surprised. He threw out the Q, pulls the ball back to himself, uses the stopwatch, uses cleanse, throws out the R, and the only reason that he's not R'ing prior to that is because Sivir. So
yeah,
not able to really do anything. In 15 seconds now, Deft is but he really wants the Sivir.
We're looking for BDD here. End life potentially. Here comes Doran and BDD again with no summoners. But where's the damage? The Q will come in from both, and they do pick it up. The follow-up ultimate from the Wukong might just be enough as they're running in there. Here comes Zoloft, the big boy, as now Klid might also bite the dust. No, he is going to get away. And Rascal, look at his TP. It's like 10 seconds away. The timing is perfect from DRX to capitalize.
Yeah, and I mean, DRX, they managed to make this happen. BDD is just having one of the most off games I've ever seen out of him in, I don't even know how long. Chovy's just going to go top lane and going to proc the bone plating and then return. Doesn't want to miss out on those minions.
Ooh.
Take it away.
No, you take it away.
Not my Chovy.
That's your Chovy right there. Pyoshi coming in here.
Like.
And he's actually going to lead shoot for Klid and Rascal. But again, that is a TP used to pick up that first Infernal, which it will not be available for the next Infernal. So interesting decision there to try to push for that original one. As we're going to take another look here at the replay. As BDD gets caught out, so does Life, though, originally.
Yeah. And I mean, everyone's just in a really good position to make this work. And you have to ask yourself, with Rascal's teleport coming up so late, I mean, he's not going to be able to get here, right? But why is he going to top lane in the first place? That's the question. Now, we know that Ornn comes from a Forge, but you'd think he had a hot date in top lane to get to, but the minion wave was just resetting. So we can easily just go to the dragon and then let the minion wave just reset, not waste his teleport at all.
Yeah.
And then be there for the fight. Not that it probably would change anything given the positioning of Life. They would still probably just end up losing the Infernal.
They'd probably lose Life and then maybe save BDD, but most likely lose both of them and then lose the Infernal. So it's funny the way it works out. They actually end up getting the Infernal because he was able to TP in there with the help of Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Pick up the kill.
I am really interested to know what Twisted Fate's passive is at right now. I'm very, very curious how well Chovy's been rolling on those die. And yeah, Olaf just recently entered the Warmog threshold. Not only does he have another level, he has a giant belt too.
Oh, they're going again. Gold card is going to land, but that was a nice ultimate from BDD. Finally, he's able to hold off one of the engages.
Yeah. Comes at the cost of his flash, but ultimately not the end of the world.
Here comes Chovy again. He's really fast and he's got a Yuumi. The Yuumi pick, you know, I'm not super happy to see Keria on it, but it's great for this comp because you have Sivir, Olaf, TF, even Wukong. Everybody on your team is going to be looking to run and chase down and dog down the enemy team, so it is a great pick to go along with their composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Ornaments are starting to come in. Rascal has them. A bit interesting, as Lee Sin going for the Black Cleaver. Now, there's no tanks on the side of DRX. I mean, Olaf is just starting to get armor, but this is going to mean that even when that Black Cleaver's at full stack, it's going to be giving less pen than a lethality item on most of the targets on the side of DRX, which means that Lee Sin's initial QRQ combo with E would just deal more damage with the lethality item. And none of his teammates are really benefiting from the armor shred either. I mean, Ezreal, to an extent, but Lee Sin's single target. So Ezreal and him have to be hitting the same exact member.
Yeah, that's just it's an item that LCK players love to build. And sometimes we have to call them out when it's not necessarily the best choice. We're going to look to ult Deft here, but it's Sivir. So I mean... Yeah, pulling at straws, I suppose. Your boy Chovy picked up an item that you're very fond of.
Honestly, it's one of the most underappreciated items in all of League, just because even if it's at 0 stacks, the threat of just getting 2 kills and an assist, or it is so easy to hit that 10 stack threshold to give you such insane value. Yeah, it really is. So when you have Darkseal, you're sitting there, you're in a solo queue game or something, you have 6 stacks on it. If you're sitting at 1,000 gold, don't get a Blasting Wand, just get a Mage Eyes. In more cases than not, and even in competitive, Mage Eyes is such a good item to get when there's a lot of downtime. It's going to be a lull state because it's a way to amplify things. Likewise, if you're hemorrhaging and you're losing really badly, it's also an item that you can pick up if you acknowledge that, well, the series of events that would need to happen in order for us to come back and win this game, Mage Eyes is going to pole vault it even faster. And so sometimes when you're 0-6-0 in mid lane, down 7,000 gold, and you have the gold, you just purchase Mage Eyes. You don't get a needlessly large rod or something like that.
It's not going to help you, but 10 stacks will, actually. So it's a good point. It does make sense. And I mentioned this before, Rascal's not going to have TP for this, but he's going to be here for the next Infernal Drake fight. So we're all going to be gathering up here. We should have a pretty clean 5-on-5. Let's see how this one goes down as TP used here by Doran into the bottom side. Should have been spotted, I would have imagined. We're going to wait for DRX to start this one up.
Well, here is the Infernal, and this fight is going to be do or die. Most likely for GenG.
Yeah, helping to
does have the cat on him.
Chovy with a bit of an awkward spot. Ruler going for the assassination, but Doran in the backline is doing so much. A big Ori ultimate is not going to do enough, though. He doesn't quite have the damage right now, and so the CC out of the Wukong is going to be so much more, and Ruler was not quite able to assassinate that back line of Chovy, who is, again, not, he's pretty tanky, actually, with the Roa and the Lich Bane. So he's going to be able to stop that damage, and DRX able to just wipe them in that fight.
Yeah, it was a really interesting decision what Ruler was trying to do there. I'm not totally sure, because like you mentioned, Chovy, he has magic resistance, he had armor as well, so a lot of Ezreal's damage is being hit. He doesn't have any pen going for him, and like you mentioned, he has that Rod of Ages, so TF is a big boy to actually try to just nuke. You can't just nuke him. I mean, take a look at this team fight.
Level 15,
so,
too.
I have no idea what Rascal's waiting for on his ultimate. It was the weirdest thing in the world. He's like, well, yeah, Wukong, I mean, just come into my whole team first. Lee Sin doing Lee Sin things. And Ruler...
Oh, now I'll do it.
Yeah, it was like he realized his mistake. So unless there's a replay bug or something and he didn't have the ult, I don't know what he was trying to do, because waiting for DRX to pull the trigger is always a bad move.
No. You got to be fighting front to back. You don't want a Wukong to knock up your entire team and then have Orianna just sitting there like, oh, what do I do? I guess I'm going to throw out an ultimate and then just die immediately after, especially when you're from behind, as he's TPing to get out of this one. Should be able to. Didn't want to die, and now they're saying, well, maybe we can actually pull this into a kill onto Doran, but it doesn't look too likely. Nice knock up there from Doran. Just going to deny it. And, yeah, so he uses his TP in a really awkward spot. As here we go, dogging him down again. Klid has to flash from that one. You can see that depth. He's like, do I flash this wall? Do I get in there? But thankfully he made the safe choice for himself, thankfully. And did not get in there. May have gotten the kill, but would have died with Baron. May have left Yumi to die, gotten his team in a bad spot, so. They end up just getting in there, getting the flash, getting a bit of damage down.
Yeah, they have almost a 10,000 gold lead here. It's at 9K right now, but Baron's still persisting for about 1 minute.
Take a look at these levels.
Yeah.
This is insane.
VDD is 3 leveled right now in mid.
And Life is level 8. It's like he went AFK halfway through the game. He's like, oh, sorry guys, I'm back. Let me start playing again.
Well, trying to catch up, all right? Yumi's only 12. Come on.
Yeah, well.
By the way.
You know. Yumi's down 2 levels on her 80 carry, and then Life was 4 levels behind her.
Yeah.
That's difficult to pull off, but I suppose he wanted to give all the solo XP to the rest of his team. And he's got his stone plates already, so he's going to do his job of engaging and then just trying to survive for as long as possible and create havoc in the team fights.
And at this point, I mean, we have Obsidian Cleaver. There's other ornaments that are starting to come in. You also have the Frozen Fist on Ezreal. Now, there's an enormous amount of HP stack on the enemy team. Enormous amount. Will we see a Leandres on Ezreal? Probably not. But it would be much better than Blade of the Ruin King in a situation like this where Ezreal and Orianna, they have to try to wither the opponents down prior to a fight. Because if the team fight just breaks out and bursts, then you're not really going to get anything accomplished at this stage of the game. It's going to be mostly on pre-poke.
Nice.
Rapid Fire Cannon picked up by Twisted Fate to make his gold card that much scarier, given that he has the extra range now.
Chubby just looks so satisfied with himself there in the player cam. He's like, I'm in control of this game. Highest level right now, level 17. They're looking, okay, well, again, it's Sivir, but he tried for it, as now Doran is going to engage, and Rascal is left all alone. They might try to re-engage here with the gold card, but no, Rascal's out, and here we go. Everybody's rooted, everybody's knocked up by the Wukong, and that might just be the nail in the coffin here for GenG. Everybody is getting routed. Ruler running for his life, as Steph is not going to give up on this one. He wants to declare himself the better AD carry in this game, but Ruler actually will get away for now. But it does not matter. The game is going to get away from GenG, as Ruler says, take me with you. And that should be it.
Yeah.
About 29 minutes, and DRX has game number 1.
And, I mean, that's a stomp. I mean, I don't know what is going on today here at Lol Park, but Sandbox versus Damwon, and now DRX versus GenG. This is, I don't even know what to really say this is, but it's a massacre pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, it feels like pretty much every player on DRX had a good game. Doran had the one mistake around the gank onto Ornn, but then after that his engage is really good on the Wukong. It's not like he was actually the damage dealer, because he had so much damage to follow him up. He was always getting everybody up in the air, and then having, you know, all the speed and Olaf and TF and everybody to follow up with Sivir ultimate. It was really good play. Not to count out anyone else,
No.
that was just one thing I noticed.
The early game was one of the slow, it was very, very dull relative to the champions that were in it. That was what was so bizarre and perplexing. And, I mean, the game just fell completely apart. And BDD having, by far, one of the most off games I've ever seen him have.
Yeah, I think he knows it too. He's got his hands on his head. He knows he's got to kind of reset after that one. It's a rough loss to take for sure for anyone, but especially for BDD where the expectations are so high. It's even harder to take. And yeah, I mean, GenG did not look great in that one. The Lee Sin, can we just like
global ban it?
Can we,
you know what?
global caster ban it?
Here's what the Korean community needs to do. They need to go into sandbox mode with Lee Sin
and figure something out.
Yes, they need to band together and play that champion over and over, looking for recreatable bugs.
Yeah.
And they need to get the champion
bugs and exploits.
Yes.
Make that champion unplayable.
That is exactly what they need to do.
It did literally 0 in this game.
Oh, it's such a pathetic champion in competitive.
What do you think, Renekton or Lee Sin? What's worse?
Brendan, do you have stomach problems again?
No.
You need to.
No, I'm just saying. You know, I'm just not a very big fan of either of them either. Yeah, I mean, Ezreal did a lot of damage, but even when they were behind, I felt like GenG were kind of floundering and not really playing the team fights very well either. So just a very off game from GenG as a whole.
Yeah.
DRX looking great once again.
Yeah, I mean, Rascal had that one good turnaround in top lane, but it was also because Doran allowed him to. So
Yeah. That was really it. That
yeah,
was like the one moment.
That was really it. There was really no resistance coming out from GenG there. So we'll see what game number 2 has in store for us, but GenG just look off tonight.
Yep, they do. And DRX really on a roll. We'll see if they can pull off the 2-0. We'll find out after this short commercial break.
가도 되고.
갈게. 가자.
그래? 오른한테 골카 먹였고. 오공한테 오른부터 앞에 거부터. 어공한테 붙을게. 오공 들어가도 돼. 해줄게. 들어가자.
가자.
오리 하나 묶었고. 오리 하나 잡았고. 리신. 나이스. 끝내러 가자. 미드 가자. 알아서 잡아 거기. 오공 유미 뭐야 이거? 개꿀잼이. 내가 볼 수 있는 사람 이거? 오공이
이거 죽여줘라.
힐이 줘.
야 앞이 좀 들어가.
개빠르다. 쉣. 야 유미 개꿀잼. 그냥 잘했다 다.
야 이 경기 잘해서
다음 판
이기고
생각하자. 나이스.
올라프 오랜만인데 괜찮네.
잘했다.
유미 있으니까.
완벽했다. 나를 둘러싼 모든 것들이 완벽했다.
강팀주님, 요즘 서부팀 경기 잘 안 보시는 것 같아요. 트렁크 한번 봐봐요. 거기에 뭐 숨기는 것 같던데?
선우, 해설하다가 급하게 나갔어. 너한테 가는 것 같다. 조심해. 동부팀 경기 보는 거 눈치챈 것 같아.
동부팀 경기 봤어?
봤어. 꿀잼.
나도 봤어. 허니잼.
모든 게 완벽했다. 나를 나를 둘러싼 모두가 완벽하게 나를 속이고 있었다. 재밌니?
혹시 너 알고 있었어? 어우, 야, 태호 그 자식이 꿀잼이라고 한 경기만 보자 그래서.
나 몰래 동부 경기도 같이 보고 네가 내 친구가 맞긴 하니?
당연하지.
그렇다면 분석 똑바로 해 이제부터! 재혁 씨, 대체 왜 동부는 재밌는 거야?
선우 씨, 선우 씨, 선우 씨 괜찮아요? 선우 씨, 뭐야 너? 아, 선우 씨, 괜찮아요? 뭐요? 선우 씨.
더 이상 강팀준이 아닌 거야?
딴티가 사랑에 빠진 게 죄는 아니잖아. 꿀잼.
이런 갓나 새끼.
너도 보고 싶잖아. 동부특 경기 보고 싶어 죽겠잖아, 당신. 아니야?
이게 나야.
엄마 아빠 뭐가 그렇게 쉬워? 아니 언제는 강팀이 최고라며. 내가 미치겠는 거 동부팀과 서부팀을 동시에 좋아한다는 거야.
그러게 남의 바로는 함부로 치는 게 아닌데.
맞아요. 저 싱글이라고요. 혼자 사는 게 무슨 문제인지 말씀을 해보시라고요.
LCK 걱정하지 마. 내가 후원하도록 하지. 친해질게.
저도 LCK 들어가고 싶은데.
찬성 하시는 분?
난 찬성.
건대요.
저도 찬성이에요.
Welcome back everybody to 2020 LCK Summer Split, the game number 1 of the second match of tonight. DRX had another promising victory. First off, how did you guys like the draft? Both teams got a very balanced comp. To be honest, GenG took a very later game comp and they were focusing on the late game team fight, but they were trusting on the strong laning phase from Rascal. And it seems like LCK teams made a consent to kind of trade Aphelios and Ezreal for the bot card, but at the same time, this time around, DRX actually answered to B1 Ezreal with Siva. DRX with Yumi, and also this pocket pick, Sivir, was a really good card into Ezreal. Overall, there weren't too many upsets in terms of pick and bans, but this Sivir card works so well up against GenG comp. So let's take a look at the first Destiny gate onto the top from Chovy.
모든 좋은 장면들이 탑에서 이루어졌었는데 DRX도 마찬가지로 좀 역전의 발판을
This was a very
탑 다이브였죠.
kind of new style of top dive coming from DRX. Chovy took a very early Destiny onto the top side and was crashing in the wave up against the second tier turret. But this was a very risky choice because this was not a very forced play coming out from DRX. They actually could have just skipped it, but they were giving a really high-risk, high-return play, and they were able to pull it off. Ornn has TP. Ornn is still sustained, so it was not that easy for them to pull it off. But this time around, all three players were on the same page, and they were really jointed, taking down Ornn and also BDD with Orianna.
뜨거운 경기를 보여줬는데요. 누가 불 좀 꺼주세요. 뜨거워요. 네, 그리고 오랜만에 시비르가 등장했습니다. 이렇게
We want to discuss more about Sivir pick.
만들어졌는데 DRX가 시비르를 굉장히 잘 활용하더라고요.
You could see how DRX played Sivir into Ezreal. So they were keep repeating this with Yumi and Sivir comp. Sivir just crashed in the wave and Ezreal had to answer this. So watch here. The Sivir once again push mid really hard and then rotate to the bot side. Based on their high mobility, they were very proactive all around the map. So here's another repeat of this Sivir wave clear. So DRX's macro was on point today on this Sivir. Just like Deft did, they can just push mid lane and all the 5 players can group up in the side lanes and they can easily outnumber the opponents. Maybe some of the LCK teams could have forgotten that Sivir is a viable pick, thinking too much about Aphelios and Ezreal, but we could see that still Sivir is a very sustained and viable pick in the current meta. Especially Deft and Keria, they understood this comp really well, and they piloted it as a premier players. Then let's check out who the player of the game for game number 1 was. Chovy on Twisted Fate. Chovy winning the first POG of the split, even though DRX already got a serious win earlier this week. But this top turret dive was the point where DRX gained huge priority all around the map. Chovy was playing Twisted Fate up against Orianna for 2 games in a row, which was a blind pick. But he has been pulling it off really well, so maybe the opponents, it's time for them to consider actually banning it away from Chovy. Chovy's Twisted Fate is so versatile. He has a very strong laning phase, and at the same time, his roam ability is on point. Because typical Twisted Fates, they're actually really weak during the laning phase, but that was not the story for Chovy. And today, we got a unanimous POG over here, Chovy winning all the votes from the POG voters. Then let's check out whether he can keep this vibe or whether GenG can turn it around. It's game number 2, GenG versus DRX.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you, G-Sun, for the wonderful translation once again of the Analyst desk. And I know a lot of you guys may be confused about that K-drama that we had on during the break. It is a parody of the Korean drama, which is called Bubuesege, which is it's really a drama about like marital issues and stuff like that. So they wanted to do a direct parody of it. Apparently, there's also a BBC show that it's based off of called Dr. Foster or something like that. And so you guys may be able to look that up if that's a little bit easier for you. But anyway, that's the context behind what we're trying to do. The first time around, we did it off of Sky Castle, I believe is the name of the first Korean drama we did. You could also find that one somewhere on YouTube, probably on the LCK YouTube somewhere. So anyway, hopefully we can do more fun stuff like that in the future. But now we have to get into the League of Legends. DRX up against GenG, round 2.
Yeah, and let's see what this ban pick has in store for us, Valdez. And if you learned anything from that mid-game segment, just remember, that's why you don't touch others' barriers.
Yes, thank you,
yeah,
Cloud Templar, for that word of advice. Thank you, LS. Hey, he's the one who said it on the video. You don't have to give me that.
Wasn't the character's name, Valdez.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to watch that drama now so I get some better context. I'll do my studying next time.
And Set is going to be banned away by DRX along with Kalista. Varus and Ezreal now on the side of GenG. And maybe DRX just bans Aphelios. And we see where we go from there. Maybe GenG also ban away Twisted Fate instead, as Syndra was removed from the table.
Yeah, Chovy has shown multiple times he is not scared of blind picking TF. And so that begins to strike fear into the heart of your enemies when you do it twice and you win twice with it. So it's definitely a consideration here. But instead they're going to take away the Karma, leaving Aphelios, TF, Yumi. A lot of this stuff available, and they're going to say, well, Aphelios is pretty good. Let's take that.
And Ashe is being hovered as the response out of GenG. Now, we saw Ashe earlier in the week. Not super impressive for the damage. But obviously, she's being picked for other reasons. And Trundle being picked up as well. Really like the splash arts for Ashe and Trundle. Very on theme with one another right now.
Freljord.
Yeah.
Right.
Looks like Ashe is about to command her troll to run at the opponents as Kindred being hovered and maybe...
Nope. Nope, Chuck Testa, a.k.a. TF.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't know, I said nope, and then I just wanted to say Chuck Testa, so I threw it out there.
Yeah. Oh.
No.
And a Zed hover, maybe to taunt BDD.
Yeah. Big Zed, I dare you.
Yeah. And now Nidalee being hovered.
Okay.
And it's going to be locked in here for Pyoshik. Azir, one of the rougher matchups for Twisted Fate, is going to be locked in for GenG. And we shall see what ends up happening here now, as the ban phase is going to go underway. And now maybe GenG just try to target supports.
Yeah, Bard Nautilus perhaps.
Brad does get locked up.
Mr. Chad himself.
And speaking of Brad, remember guys, the end of the series, there is the North American LPP Bard Skin and Chroma plus Champion giveaway. There's going to be 5. They're going to flash on the screen when all is said and done. You'll have to screenshot and try to type in the codes.
Yeah. If you're really fast, I think it might be faster to like have it on a second monitor or something.
Yeah.
And just like type it in real quick.
Yep.
That would be my guess.
And if you manage to get it, your face will look like Bard's in his flash art. It'll be pretty nice.
You'll have the Pogger's face like he does forever.
Cannon is going to be banned away here. Thresh as well. And now Mordekaiser removed from the table. It's hard for me to really read what either of these teams are thinking when banning away these champions because things are so wide open.
Yeah.
And Braum.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, Braum's just going to end up getting picked here. And this is where other Enchanter supports just really come in and then laugh really hard at the opponent. Yuumi obviously still available. And Yuumi and Nidalee, that's a cat duo that is very scary in the later stages of the game. Yuumi Twisted Fate will dog you down.
Yep, we already saw that.
I have no idea what this ban pick is. It is so generic and standard out of GenG's, but it is disregarding entirely what the opponents are throwing at them and picking.
Okay.
And we talked about this the last series.
Today.
The Malphite to try to straighten up the monkey in top lane. Also, you get the 2-for-1 on the Yuumi target. Malphite he's pretty big.
He enjoys his lanes.
He's also kind of off theme with the other splash arts. There's definitely like that blue and yellow hue, and then Malphite's just there. And honestly, it looked like he had something for lunch.
Where
wasn't sitting very well.
The green is coming out of not only his mouth but his eyes as well. Where is Malphite from? Do you know?
Ooh,
what region? Lore specialist. Come on.
I'm really failing here. I think
maybe you should check your book.
Kiana's region, I think. I'm not. No, they just made it recently.
Which one is that?
They made it for her, like in the lore.
Oh,
expansion.
okay.
Anyways, whatever. Wukong, Nidalee, Twisted Fate, Aphelios, and Yuumi. Lots of smoke and mirror in the later stages of the game. And a lot of early game pressure that is able to be dished out through the mid and jungle. But the really scary thing is that top lane is gonna bleed if they don't manage to do something. And so expect Chovy and Pioshek to try to pay close attention to that lane. But the problem is the way Malphite can itemize is a little bit problematic for this DRX team. It was a nice R5 save. It was a very nice way to shore up a lot of the problems in the draft and really bail them out here, because the R1 through R4, very, very, very lackluster. The problem is that everything hinges on that Malphite. And if he doesn't get ahead enough, or if he can't draw enough pressure and offset the imbalance elsewhere, it's still going to be a really big problem. Well, I don't mind GenG's team composition here, and that the Malphite is 1v9 potential. I think that DRX is still going to walk away with this one.
Alrighty. We'll see if that does.
Yes, Scorch, I take back everything.
Oh. No, I mean, you said that DRX was going to win anyway, so maybe you want to keep that?
Well, I'll keep that, but I...
Especially because of the Scorch.
He's laughing at you. And honestly, I really like the Shamrock Malphite skin. Whenever I would talk about that on stream, I would say that specifically you do this to blend in with brushes. You gotta go with the camouflage as much as possible.
Yeah.
And
is that the reason?
That there's some, you know, color blindness maybe present.
Every advantage, perhaps.
This is scary because a teleport from Wukong could just end the game, and Malphite can't stop it. So Twisted Fate is also first to move with a gold card. I don't know what is going on. Wait, why?
It resets.
I don't understand why they're giving this up. No,
Chovy took a ton of damage.
Took a ton of damage. I don't know why Chovy didn't go down, and then you teleport in Wukong, and then you just type LOL in all chat. Shift Enter right now. Press a bunch of Z's with the Hangul keyboard enabled. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they didn't quite get that opportunity.
No, but it's totally fine. I mean, Deft, they're going to be the ones that get the EXP 1-2. No, they're going to get there. For
the 2. The 2
yep,
is still good. It's still big.
2 EXP denied, and also Nidalee going to be much faster in the jungle now than Clid.
She's gonna hop the wall, go to her crux. They're going over there. They're both pretty low.
Yeah.
No leashes in this one. No top laner decided to TP or anything like that.
Very unsure why the lane is at this state. Also, the comment on Malphite strikes me as so bizarre because there's no universe where he probably wants to actually go AP. I think if he goes AP, he's trolling. And I'm not talking about Trundle.
Okay.
But I'm very, very surprised that he doesn't just either have press the attack or grasp, I guess, if you would want to go down that route.
We've questioned a lot of choices. We questioned the Scorch at the same time. So there's that. I suppose he really wants, he went Biscuit as well, so he went Inspiration second. And he really just wants to out-sustain and out-poke the Wukong, I suppose. That would be the main reason, I guess. To try to go Arcane Commodus, just spam your Q and have the mana and health to win out in extended trades. As Pojik gonna easily pick this one up. But the Trundle got the right side one, so it's not a huge deal.
Yep.
And everything is just going to stabilize after that initial level 1 shenanigan.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point right now, it seems like DRX, I mean, they're going pretty stable in places where everything should be very hard. I mean, BDD, you can see, is feeling very, very comfortable in this matchup for sure. And so, all things considered, it looks like we are in store for yet again another very slow early game.
Yeah, sluggish. Although, maybe that's not the right term because we did get that level 1 fight.
That is true.
So it didn't hesitate to get off the ground, but since then it's been a little bit of a bore.
And now this is a really good gank timing. Pioshek manages to come in here, find the golems. Klid is looking for a gank behind, but the problem is that the wave is coming into deft, right? So
they're playing it well.
This is just the weirdest thing in the world. Yeah, okay, if you can kill them on this wave, they lose not only the wave, they also lose their lives. But with deft having both cleanse and his flash, I mean, I don't know.
Rascal, meanwhile, over the wall. Nice escape there. Knew that he had to go forward rather than back. That would be his best escape path. And it wasn't just the cleanse. They got the heal and the exhaust out of the Yuumi.
You can see Chovy is actually trying to run down. I'm really surprised they didn't teleport in Goron and then trap with Chovy.
Now he's going to have to flash. But look at that 3-man root. But they are getting in there, trying to get him with the exhaust, but they don't have the damage. He's still alive. He's still alive. And that is going to be the end of these 3 members.
Oh, go next. Oh, go next.
TF picks up 1-0-1. Everybody's off to a fantastic start. BDD is going to get 1 free plate, but that doesn't really count in comparison to what we just saw. A massacre down in the bottom side, desperately trying to kill 200 years. It took them about 200 years to run that far down the lane, and it did not amount in a kill at the end of the day.
Well, that is... Oh, man. Let's take a look at this. This is so forced by Klid for no reason. He's trying to run away, and then Abilio says, hey, Ash, I have your ultimate.
All 3.
All 3 of them.
He gets stunned, exhausted.
Yeah, Yuumi.
Doesn't matter.
And then Trundle is trolling, no pun intended, as he tries to get the kill. Pioshik arrives, and then Chovy with the collapse on TF.
Watch this heal, by the way. Flash heal. Pioshik saves him there at the last second. And it did look like he was going to die.
집중해.
Concentrate. After that, after the nice.
I actually think max range Nidalee heal would have reached without flash.
He was feeling a little bit desperate.
Yeah, he wanted to just ensure that nothing went wrong, and so he flashed there anyway. But no matter what, I mean, this was such a big turn of events. The Azir is still strong in mid lane, but Twisted Fate's passive plus that kill and the assist, I could imagine that Chovy is maybe even ahead in gold at this point in time. Nice passive, by the way.
Yeah, it's definitely close, if not he's ahead. Take a look at the jungle difference in the levels. 6-4 as Nidalee went back and bought her full jungle item at level 7.
The game is so out of control, and you know, if you're Rascal, you feel really bad here because, well, he's going like AP-ish kind of Malphite. He has the Dark Seal, he has the Doran's Ring, he has Corrupting Potion, he has Comet, but you don't need to do this in order to win this lane, and then it's not going to be as valuable later. But the jungle matchup is just totally over. Click Justing 5, Pyoshik Justing 7. So,
yeah,
literally on that camp, this game is such a nightmare. Cloud Dragon's the first one of the game, and for Twisted Fate, who normally doesn't get CDR until he starts going Lich Bane and Zanya's, he's going to get 10% on Destiny Gate. And for it being super early on, that is actually potentially useful to play around it off cooldown. Now, sometimes though, you can easily argue that, well, with how they play, it doesn't matter if it's immediately off cooldown, because he has it right now, but they're clearly not setting anything up. Bottom lane, Ruler has Cleanse available, but even though Nidalee's in close proximity, they don't want to go for a dicey play, it seems. Chovy looking for a pink ward there, or control ward.
Is Rascal going AP? He picked up Dark Seal. He's got a Doran's Ring on top of this. Might go Catalyst? Curious to see what he picks up here. As he's going to back now and show us a little bit more. Oh, okay, we're going to be denied that.
Yeah, and we take a look at the total gold. 3 point, yeah, so Twisted Fate is at 3.7, BDD 3.4. Despite having had that turret plate. And Twisted Fate's passive is a really cool ability, by the way. It's very, very nice. And all things considered, everything's going pretty well. And yeah, okay, Malphite is finally now going into the tank. He turns the Ruby Crystal into the Balmy Cinder, picks up the Glacial Shroud. He's going to go down the Build-A-Bear Workshop route.
Yeah. I got a little confused when I saw the ring and the seal, but it's very good for the sustain, obviously, in the lane with the Corrupting Pot on top of it. Don't see too many Malphites here, but we'll see what kind of impact he's going to have as this game comes along. He's kind of just sitting up in the top side for now. He didn't really get a chance to TP down bot for that last play.
Well, Rascal just trying to do whatever he can, but there's no real way to set up lethal unless Wukong really consents. Bone Plating is proc, but BDD actually loses the trade there. And Pyoshik's here. Yeah, BDD's got to be careful. Twisted Fate. Chovy thinking, okay, I can't actually get in range here.
Yeah.
I don't think that they would have had enough to nuke him. Even with a max range Nidalee Spear and a leap attempt, Shurima would probably come out before the stun would expire. So, or the Azir Emperor's Divide. Bot lane in a very unfortunate spot right now. You can see Deft is respecting the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that life might be here. And interestingly, Ruler just instantly auto-attacking the wave, not even bothering to go about this slowly. And you can see BDD trying to follow the Twisted Fate, trying to contain him.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages has already been complete.
You have to wonder, you know, after pushing that hard, what is the next play? Are they going to try to rotate mid, look for a pick? I mean, they're sending down... Okay, they're actually rotating everybody mid, including Rascal. They got the jungler here. There's no dragon or anything. It's just the Rift Herald's going to be moving down. They want to support it. And that's actually a nice Crystal Arrow. I think the Zumi's absolutely dead as they try to CC it to death, as he did walk over a ward, and it was a really nice arrow to lock him down there. So nicely done by Ruler. Looking to turn it around now, but this is an Ashe with Cleanse and Flash. Only has to burn the Cleanse there. He's totally fine.
And the gold advantage right now only at 700. For DRX, Mountain Dragon coming up next though. That's going to be a very big pickup, given that basically no one on the side of GenG ever gets penetration. Ashe is not a champion that typically picks up any sort of pen items, never really gets access to any of that, and then Azir probably won't be looking to go for any sort of a Void Staff or something in this game. And you take a look at Yuumi, and honestly, that's just not fair. When you think about it, I'm not sure that's not sure that's legal.
It's not fair to Yuumi. But it was a really nice arrow, right on point. Gary actually used heal for the movement speed to try to dodge it, and it did not work. So, getting some bonus there. We saw the last time Death was down here, it looked like he was trying to freeze it, but that freeze is over now. And he's still behind about 20 CS here, so not having too much fun down in the bottom lane.
I'm just trying to CS the wave out right now. Everything just going very slow. And I mean, this is something that if we're watching this game here in the LCK, it doesn't really matter all that much that they're not utilizing Destiny Gate, they're not manipulating lane states favorable to their jungler. I mean, all of DRX's kills came off the back of GenG donking off in bot lane.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for that, you have Twisted Fate.
Oh, Koshik.
Koshik.
He was spotted. Oh, Clint has to flash because BDD used the blasting plant to get over the wall. As now Chovy gonna flash that one, but he's got the entire team on him, it feels like. But he's got a lot of support from his team. Rascal from behind gets a big double ultimate onto the two of them, and GenG are turning this one around as Doran now gonna come in here late. He's looking for the double knockup on everyone. Gets Ruler. Gets actually Clid, will the Yuumi, who is still in the fight somehow. After all this, nearly picks off Dragon. And Dragon's getting in there as well. The gold card will net them another kill. As Chovy, not quite. As BDD is going to get over a wall. As that one looked pretty great to start for GenG, but Yuumi is just a fun champion, man.
Well, Twisted Fate was known to date Lady Luck at one point, so I guess Riot is really on point with her lore here as the Dragon changes sides. Take a look at this, Chovy. He goes in, and he flashes out of the way of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, gets pinned against the wall, but remember, Rod of Ages, he's very tanky, has the stopwatch. Death, that's the 2-for-1 on the Pog fight, and then Doran eventually re-arrives to the fight. Goes for the Wukong ultimate, manages to bring down Ruler. BDD not able to do a lot. Back into life.
Sorry to cut you off, but we got more action coming in here as now Life is in the front line. Koshik, a huge ultimate comes in for BDD, but where's the follow-up as Ruler was there on the left side. He's going to pick off that cat, which is going to be really nice for him, but Koshik goes in, and now Doran's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get picked off here as DRX commit too far after picking up the Dragon. That's going to make it 4. Can they pick up Chovy? Not quite. And now BDD all of a sudden is 4-0.
This is pretty scary as BDD, the Azir, is so big right now. And the Malphite is just going to get more and more useful as this game goes on. So Koshik manages to land the steal, and then they could have just left. Braum is a one-man army there with the Unbreakable. Buys enough time for Azir to get in there, and then a really big problem this fight is Keria was not there, pretty much.
Yeah.
That was a very lonesome cat. And Deft goes down at the end. Chovy does manage to live, but that was almost an ace. And it has propelled GenG to a 3,000 gold lead, which is very, very scary.
Speedy once again on his main comfort champion. The Braum sets it up, baits them all in, and then BDD knocks him down. Just caught, I think, 3 or 4 of them with his ultimate in that one, and not having a Yuumi there was pretty massive. And after that, they were able to get the mid-tier 1, the bot tier 1. Top tier 1 is down. I'm not sure if they got it in that same player if that happened earlier. But definitely GenG have made a huge comeback into this game after a disastrous dive to start it off.
Yeah, by far and away one of the worst starts that I think that you could ever have. And they've managed to recover and salvage it so well, so it's actually really good to see their mental fortitude is really on point. And Pioshik, for someone that had a 2-level and an entire core jungle item lead, that early on, level 4, level 6, did nothing with it. So, World of Warcraft definitely being played effectively in the transition, but GenG's resilience in the game, pretty admirable. And Malphite picks up the Frozen Heart, and that is a very scary item against DRX.
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty massive against almost all of them, basically all of them on the enemy side. He's going to be doing so much. He's so tanky right now. The Build-A-Bear on top of it is going to help out with shoring up some of those other resistances. They pick up Shirley here. They're going to look to take down this mid turret. They will. BDD are not BDD. GenG are not wasting any time as a team that has BDD on it. They're just pushing down mid. Going to get as much value as possible out of Shirley. They will pick up a big chunk there. And now we might have a bit of a lull state here because there's no big objective. We have to wait a minute 30 for Ocean Drake. And that is going to be a huge focus because DRX, even though they did lose a lot in terms of gold and the mid game after the fun early game for them, they did pick up the 2 drakes. So GenG are going to have to be very careful about not getting those away.
And that is really going to be the only win con that really still exists for DRX, is trying to get to that Ocean Dragon. And the Soul Point. Deft is just so far behind at this point. On the Aphelios, the Yuumi is reasonably big. A little large.
Yeah.
Chovy does have his 2 items. And one of the things that would actually be nice to see is that BDD not be the only person that has the Grievous Wounds item. I think it's important for Ashe to pick up an Executioners as well with that rune on.
Yeah.
Just because there's the Nidalee and the Yuumi on the side of the enemy team. 30 seconds until this dragon's up. Pioshik clearing out wards in his blue side jungle. And I don't know, maybe DRX is just thinking about giving up this dragon.
They're certainly not in position to contest it as a team. You can see Pioshik is slowly moving over. Chovy is around the area. He doesn't have flash. And I think he's got to be really careful, especially with Trundle Azir nearby. But it looks like they're just going to focus down the Drake. And DRX will give the first one away of what could be many in this game.
And just a lot of ping pong going on now. We have a 5-minute downtime. I can't really imagine anything happening.
The official entrance into the lull state.
Forbidden Love.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's me and Atlas lull state. Now you and Atlas are going to.
No, you're the Pog state.
Own. Oh yeah. Well.
Sure. Yeah.
That is true actually. Yeah.
The lull state was
what,
just.
Have you come up with anything for you and him?
No, not yet. Maybe maybe rollerblading crew. He's really trying to get me into rollerblading. I don't know if you guys know this, but he's a big rollerblader. And, you know, he loves to do, like, tricks and stuff. He's actually thinking about setting up a practice rail right now. In his, not inside his house, but next to his house. Or his apartment, I guess. Not sure exactly where he's going to put it. Maybe he can tell you about it tomorrow a little bit more. But we'll have to think about it. Not sure just yet. And now, GenG do have a lot of Baron damage, but I don't think they're going to try to force this. I think just the idea that they have the capability of forcing it down and maybe getting DRX out of position might be what they go for.
Yeah. Well, 3.5 minutes still remaining. Pioshik yet again with the Rod of Ages. He's at 4 minutes right now. But this last time he ended up playing Nidalee. And Clid going in there, looking for a ward.
Yeah, they're shutting down as much vision as possible, and they're gonna start it now. I mean, it's Ashe Azir, so it's pretty massive in just the 2 of them. The thing is that they're gonna have multiple blue trinkets. They have TF, who he's got his ultimate. It's a decently long cooldown, but you can use that every once in a while. He's going to use it to come down here, the bottom side, and do split pushing things. We've seen TF have some fun smoke and mirrors, as you like to call it, in later stages of the game, so don't count that out just yet. Okay, just a shooting star flying by. No need to worry about that.
Well, looks like maybe another Baron attempt, but TF has another blue trinket. Malphite.
TP's coming in.
Yeah, there he is. There's the big rock. Dwayne the Rock Johnson there.
Yeah. What is the thing that he says? Rock solid.
Who, Malphite?
Yeah.
Yeah, rock solid. Yeah.
Rock solid.
Never again, please.
I'm starting my career in voice acting after today. Just hit me up. They stopped the Baron though.
I'd like to. No, fine. I was gonna do something that your teammates hear.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't even. Let's just ignore that. Move on. 1.5 minutes until the ocean, which is the thing that DRX cannot just give up for free. Again, or well, they actually can. It's only the second one. So in theory, if they wanted to keep scaling and let Nidalee's Rod of Ages go up to 10 minutes, or 10 stacks, I suppose that they could wait and also allow time for Wukong to get to Death's Dance. Because Malphite at this point has sort of slowed down in terms of what his future items are going to mean. And here we go, yet again.
TP's coming in, so it looks like DRX no.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh.
There it is. He only catches Doran, though. They should be able to get Doran. Oh, the heal comes in, but they do have enough. And now Nidalee is just going to fall, and that should be the dominoes falling one by one. The rest of them not able to get in there as Chovy says, I'm out of this. I'm going mid. I'll see you guys later. Take your Baron. I don't care.
Yeah. And Rascal's cooldown so low on the Malphite. Chovy is going to manage to get the mid-tier 1. Ocean Dragon up in 25 seconds. You see Deft going for the response onto the Scuttle Crab. They're going to try to at least take vision around the Dragon, but now they're going to give this one up. Very, very unfortunate if you are a DRX fan. And honestly, I don't know how they can come back in this game outside of gimmicky backdoor attempts. And they only ended up getting Doran right there. I have no idea what Piotrek was doing on Nidalee.
Yeah.
As if he was going to add any value with a spear at that point. He just shouldn't have been there. And now coming back into live, GenG, I mean, they're up 5,000 gold. They have double ocean. They are pillaging the jungle. And the Baron really helped with the XP problems that were present in some of the places. I mean, Ruler now up 2 levels, 1 level in mid lane. Junglers are even, and Rascal is up 2 levels. I feel like this game is probably just over because at this point, GenG are so far ahead, but their team comp is almost so, it's also so much easier to play. And when I mentioned earlier on that I thought DRX would win in spite of the draft deficit, that was mostly attesting to early and mid-game prowess. At this stage of the game, nothing is really going to matter. Malphite's just going to go burr.
Pretty much. He's printing that money right now. And he's going to be smashing his face into some enemies here soon. And they're going to rotate mid, try to take out this inhibitor, but not quite. Thinking about going bot again. A lot of low health bars on the buildings. Still a lot of lockdown and potential from the side of DRX as we try to get in there with the Doran, with the Wukong. Doesn't quite pan out as immediately BDD just says no. And Toby's just like, nah, you know what? I'm not here. I'm going mid.
And this is what their team composition is going to be reduced to, is this smoke and mirror. Over and over and over. Chovy gonna use that blue card, try to get a mana restore. Wild cards up the center, another blue card. You press Q one more time. doesn't get them both. So, not impressed.
Yeah, it's not going to make too big of a deal in that circumstance. DRX basically just have to say, okay, we're going to try to play backdoor stuff, of course, but also just try to wait until this game goes later and later. Still going to be scary up against a really fed Azir Ashe, but at this point, try to avoid team fights.
I mean, the Nidalee Spears just don't deal any damage to so many of the targets. She doesn't have any penetration. She's even level. And yeah, I mean, you can say that's a nice amount, but it's healed up already, so.
Double Ocean, and he's Trundle, so it's not really gonna amount to much.
They have to pray to the heavens that Twisted Fate is gonna be able to do something. And teleport coming in from Toby.
Just kind of wave clearing at this point. GenG not going anywhere. It doesn't matter that they don't have Baron. They are so far ahead at this point. They can just get in there, take away the inhibitor, maybe go ahead and rotate to mid. TF thinking about it. They actually don't get the inhibitor just yet. There it is. And now we're gonna engage. A bit of a knockup, but it's only DRX.
Damage.
And Josek's like, oh, well, I'll try. Ultimate gets down onto Deft, who's like, I wish I had some more mobility against this Malphite. Oh, and he's actually gonna get away. And look at Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy trying his best on the right-hand side, but I mean, I don't think there's any way for them to save this. Deft is gonna try to clear out these supers. And Aphelios is pretty good at wave clear, it seems.
Where'd the minions go?
Teleport coming in from Malphite. And he's about to make them multi-fight as the minion, goes forward again. And that is going to be GenG bouncing back in the series in game number 2 after such a disastrous early game start. And so it's nice to see them come into the series in game number 2, bouncing back from that game number 1 blowout.
Yeah. And it was guys like BDD that had a pretty awful first game. They were able to come back and really have a great game in that one. I feel like he was part of the reason why they won that fight around the dragon. And so it's good to see him hold on to his mental, not get too mental boom in this one. DRX doesn't seem too concerned. Even CV Max seems like he's in a teaching mood right now. He's not like, you know, time to crack the whip or anything like that. So should be an interesting game 3.
The issue, I mean, from my perspective, is there's nothing that can be gone over in really 8 minutes that I think is like critical of the game itself, because the game falls apart as a byproduct of the laners and junglers not interacting with one another, right? Just endlessly playing ping pong off the advantages. 2-level Nidalee with a core jungle item over the opponent does nothing. Twisted Fate, Destiny Gate, saving it for maybe another 200 years. Not really sure. Wukong can't achieve anything against Malphite, and he never tries to avoid the laning phase either with any sort of pressure with Nidalee or Twisted Fate. So there's so many things that are going on. There wasn't any individual key point other than like the Yuumi dying in that dragon fight in front of Dragon.
Yeah. That was pretty much it. And they were almost able to, you know, pull something back from there. And yeah, I mean, you got to be careful because GenG picked a comp that I think they're really good at, which is defending an aggressive composition. And they had Braum, Azir. Just the two of them together, you throw out volleys, pillars, you know, Malphite to eventually engage. But having DRX get baited into trying to get inside the jungle and try really hard to force that fight around the dragon after they stole it was really the big turning point. If that had not happened, then it would be a totally different game. And GenG, they played a style that allowed that to happen, a composition that made it happen. And they did a good job of responding to it.
Yeah, and Braum with the Unbreakable at that team fight, really, really good. As well as just BDD dished out so much damage in so many of the fights. He was such a integral part. And he was the one person that wasn't actually bleeding out in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have to see who does take game number 3, guys, after a quick commercial break. We'll see you in a bit.
보자. 괜찮아. 50부터. 묘미. 리달리 노플. 본대 봐. 앞에 노플. 아직 노플. 앞에 노플. 리달리 노플. 야, 터미널 갈게. 여기 봐줘. 여자 봐줘. 여기 봐야 돼. 탑가.
나 마을 있다.
나 집 갔다가 살대. 잠만 천천히.
앞에 노플.
앞에 공 있어? 앞에 공 없어.
오케이, 나 방패원.
앞에 공 모른다. 나 텔 뜨고 갈게. 기다려봐 좀만. 앞에 이제 프로 오냐.
앞에 노플이다.
앞에 초식이 있고 특패 이제 프로이고 특패 고소년 사포 있다. 자 이거 쳐. 이거 타.
지금.
앞에 노플이야.
특패 노플.
끝났다. 나이스. 죽여.
그렇죠.
가워. 나이스. 나이스.
이번 MSC 때 젠지 만나서 1대1이긴 했지만
초반에는 저희가 좀 유리했던 구도로 갔던 걸로 기억해서 자신은 있는 것 같아요.
MSC 순위 결정전에서 졌을 때 화도 나고 그랬지만 뱀픽에서 좀 많이 밀리고 들어간 것 같아요.
DRX도 그렇고 저희도 그렇고 이번 MSC에서 중국 팀 같은 스타일의 강점을 많이 알았기 때문에 치고받고 싸우면서 되게 박빙일 것 같아요.
서머 때는 완벽하게 모든 경기 다 젠지 상대로 이기고 싶습니다.
고사이가 보여지지 않을까 싶습니다.
BDD 톱이 상대 전적이 15대 2 뭐 그렇던 것 같던데.
저번 시즌에 LCK 퍼스트 팀이랑 POG 1위를 다 제가 먹었는데 제가 또 한 발 앞서 나가겠습니다.
퍼스트였어요? 세컨드 하시지 않았나요?
싸우는 거 좋아하시는 것 같은데 이번에 한번 박 터지게 싸워봅시다. 바텀이 승부처가 될 것 같은데 요즘 재혁이가 되게 잘해갖고
당연히 데프트 형이 이길 것 같아요. 게임이 후반까지 간다면은 이길 자신 있어.
데프트 엔딩이 많았었던 것 같진 않아서 롤러 엔딩이 더 적격이지 않나.
솔직히 그거는 예상하기 힘든 부분이긴 한데 그래도 데프트 엔딩으로 끝났으면 좋겠어요. 데프트 선수가 많이 죽어서 끝나는 엔딩으로.
어떡하죠, 룰러님. 지금은 향로가 안 좋은데.
이게 저가 죽여서 데프트 엔딩 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다.
요새 잘 나가던데 조심 좀 하는 게 좋을 것 같습니다.
젠지 잘하는 팀이라서 솔직히 자신 없긴 해요. 제 자신.
저희가 1승 먼저 따내고 앞서 나가겠습니다.
순위가 바뀔 때가 됐죠? 스프링 때 1, 2등 먹었으니까 굳게 내려오세요.
열심히 준비해서 좀 스프링 때보다는 이제 좀 다르게 새로운 모습도 많이 보여드리고 MSC 끝나고도 더더욱 느낀 게 많아서 더 많이 바뀌려고 노력할 것 같고요. 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Welcome back everybody to 2020 LCK Summer Split, and we get to see another game of GenG versus DRX as GenG evens out the series with the last pick Malphite. DRX around the Toby's twisted fate. Pyosik once again locked in Italy. So we thought that this could be an easy win comp for DRX because they already managed to pull off a win based on this comp, but GenG this time around they tried a new comp into DRX's composition. But Malphite was not the first pick that happened in Korea's competitive scene. It already happened in Challenges Korea, but this time was the first game that actually Malphite found a win up against Wukong or an AD champion. It is well known for a counter champion into a melee AD champion, and Rascal actually did show why this was a hard counter for those kind of champions, and we had a two crucial team fight around the Drake. Toby started this fight without his flash, so But Chobi managed to kind of earn more time with his broken stopwatch, and then even though some of the players were took down, the late re-engage from Doran was actually taking down all the remaining GenG players. This team fight seemed to be in the favor of GenG, but in the end, Doran turned the tide by himself. So we can say actually Wukong's teamfight ability is higher than Malphite because Malphite is all about his one ultimate, but Wukong has several more chances, and also they added Yuumi to have their resistancy. However, they had another fight for this dragon. DRX was already in a huge lead and they got the dragon. However, they committed to extend this fight. Maybe this was because when Chobi activated ultimate, they knew that Malphite was heading to top side, so they could have thought that they can win this fight by outnumbering DRX GenG players, but that was not the case exactly. GenG locked in a very classical and old style comp, but at the same time, their comp kind of showed why the goodies are the oldest, but the goodies actually works. With the Braum, Ashe, and even Malphite, very old champions, but they managed to show the true meaning of their draft. Then let's check out who will be the first POG for GenG for the Summer Split. BDD on Azir. Yeah, that Shurima shuffle in the second dragon fight was so significant. GenG players actually pulled the DRX players into their jungle, and then Azir sweeps in, and Empress Divide builds a bouncy castle around the dragon pit. BDD could have gone for a very safe place using his ability, but BDD rather chose to be more proactive and aggressive. BDD's Azir never actually goes back, he rather always tries to go in and engage, going all in with his body. BDD won 9 votes out of 12. BDD got his first POG with his signature pick, Azir. And this is the time where we see the true winner of the series, GenG versus DRX. Let's move on to the decider game. I'll pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk as we are getting into the final game of the night, the final game of the series, GenG up against DRX, to find out who's going to take this one. And it will be interesting from both sides. You know, if DRX ends up winning it, it means right now DRX should be considered the strongest team in the LCK. If GenG end up winning it, and then they went up against T1, who knows what that means?
Then, actually, that would just be DRX passing the torch, in that GenG can then look to cement themselves as the top of the standings, as that's basically what it's all about. T1's left out right now. T1's not included in this, although the three-way circle is if GenG takes down DRX here tonight, and then T1 beats GenG, then balance is restored.
Yes.
Pretty much.
There you go.
Around. And we'll see what kind of an approach DRX is going to have here in the third game. I thought that they would be able to coordinate and play that team composition in game number 2, even though the draft was worse, stated that. Mostly also because GenG looked so lost in game 1. But now, maybe DRX should just approach this by trying to dial back and going for the scaling measure and attacking things that way Perhaps that would just be in their best interest. As, okay, well, the last time... Doran was just crying, right? Last time he cried,
What?
he hogged off. His eyes looked lost.
I don't think he was crying again.
Well, the last time he did, he carried the game immediately after. Sort of like the Gohan effect.
Yeah.
You know?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You point me. Great.
What? I get it. I like the Azir ban. I certainly get that. I don't think we should give BDD Azir very often in the LCK. Definitely deserves the respect he gets for his play on that champion.
And Karma is banned yet again. Kalista now removed from the table, so Aphelios and Ezreal both up. If GenG are going to stay true, then they'll be one Ezreal, and they will. Handshake that song and a dance.
Yep, not the first time they've done that. But the last time DRX didn't even go immediately for the Aphelios, even though it was available. They eventually picked Sivir. I don't like Lucian.
Okay, well, Lucian...
I don't understand this.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what the Lucian lock-in is.
Feels like every time we see Lucian nowadays, he loses. Or he like goes even in lane and then does nothing.
Lucian, you know, I mean, he's like, Lucian is losing. That's pretty much how it can go. Now, the Lucian is a triflex. Top, mid, and AD carry. And Yuumi was picked up. Looks like Klid has to decide on what champion to lock in for his team. It's going to be the Nautilus, so they're going to look for the 2-for-1 yet again. Against the Yuumi, and now GenG. This is the awkward situation where I think that the only option they really have is to lock in jungler here on B3 and wait for more information, because otherwise Doran and Chovy just get so much value. And it looks like that's actually going to be what they want to do. The Trundle Pillar is going to be what they're opting for.
Yeah. Not seen on camera or through the mic was LS slamming his fist down the second the Olaf was locked in.
How does that not? That didn't happen.
Self-counter directly into the Trundle.
I had my hands up in joy.
Oh.
It was about to happen. Now,
is that what that was?
Here's what, you know what? Let's just throw Soraka in here in top lane. And that way we can have the Yuumi Olaf Soraka going. Or we could have Soraka marksman roll. That would be cool. That'd be pretty
Lucian mid.
Lucian mid or top. But Wukong is going to be banned away. And Sivir now is going to be the response. So they're respecting the fact that Lucian is able to be triflexed.
Yeah. And they played it before. It's something that goes well with Olaf and Yuumi. We've seen that as well. They wouldn't have the TF component of that, but still, you got to take away that, I suppose. Even though Sivir isn't really considered to be super high tier right now.
And Camille ends up being banned away here by Dragon X. And again, it's really hard to read where GenG wants to go at this point in the draft because so many things are just so wide open. And this is one of the advantages to having your mid-top and AD carry still be the champion choices that are remaining, given that Lucian is the flex pick and they're just going full Sin. It's just full on Sin to win here for DRX. And, you know, coming off of MSC, coming off of Spring and stuff, I've always been pretty vocal about this kind of an approach because while they'll be able to decimate a lot of teams in the LCK and even sometimes win games off of T1 or GenG, you have to imagine that come Worlds, where the stakes are higher, everyone is much more prepared and embroiled in the meta and everything that's going on, team compositions like this begin to flounder a little bit. GenG locking in Syndra. And that is a bit scary because late game Olaf with Yuumi on him can run at her. And Kled is picked up against Aatrox. Corki being hovered right now. That would be a pretty okay matchup for Syndra. Echo has been banned. That is one of the responses that many people think of. Now, Fizz isn't actually that bad here. And Chovy has played Fizz in the past, but actually just gonna lock in the LeBlanc.
Huh. We don't see too much LeBlanc nowadays, even in summer. I feel like it's fallen off a little bit.
Yeah. Does draw bans against T1. But we'll see how DRX can manage to make this one work. It is so reliant on getting ahead of their opponents. Olaf with Yuumi late game does have some insurance policy, but with the way that LCK builds Olaf going full on tank, it is a little bit less effective than the Glass Cannon, Warrior Enchant, Trinity Force, or Black Cleaver, however you want to go about it, kind of in Olaf.
Yeah, curious to see how he is going to build. Maybe we'll get Redemption Olaf back. Remember those days?
Yeah.
Good old Tarzan. But taking a look at the comps now.
Yeah, Nautilus, Ezreal, Syndra, Trundle, and Kled is going to be the team composition for GenG. And Ezreal, once he reaches Death's Dance, Iceborne Gauntlet, he's such a menace. If he can end up getting there. And this game for DRX, I mean, it's going to be decided in the first 15 minutes. Or first 17, I guess. We're looking for third dragon.
Yeah.
And we want to just really pay attention to if they can get their hands on third dragon, because that's the only way that they're going to win this game if it goes over 20 minutes.
Well, that's a rough feat that they have ahead of themselves. So we'll have to wait and see if they can pull it off and make LS happy. But as for now, we're going to continue doing the spread out method and just cover all your bases. No invade shenanigans. You can do some fun stuff, actually, with LeBlanc and Yuumi, as you guys are beginning to see. You can add a little bit of oomph to the poke ability. You're also transporting a Yuumi very long distances and getting them from coast to coast, essentially, and all over the place, which can be very nice for Yuumi to hop around on the different members, heal them up, reposition an ultimate, etc. We're taking a look at some of the runes. We only have one Scorcher here in this game. It is going to be BDD.
We'll see what he can manage to do in the laning phase against the LeBlanc, who is also taking Teleport, whereas BDD has the Ignite. And that is a bit surprising. Meanwhile, down in bottom, I mean, it's press the attack and Airy for the Lucian, although he's taking Teleport. So we'll see how this works out. Pretty big trade. Doran stacks the Conqueror, whereas Rascal did not.
Yeah, Rascal just forcing some pretty early trades, but not really overcommitting or anything like that. He's gonna land another bear trap on the rope. He's really getting in there. Wants to shoot him. Does a good job of that. Forces some of that sustain to come out of the Aatrox early on. And we were kind of groaning over the Lucian early pick that does come in. I feel like they did a pretty good job of getting the rest of the composition to work well around that, especially with the Yuumi to help out with the Lucian. So I'm willing to be convinced that Lucian can still provide some good carry potential from the AD carry role.
Well, We'll see what Deft and Keria can manage to do with it. Clid walking down here on the Trundle, as he's just going to clear out a ward and show his exact CS count. You can see Pioshek going for the full clear here on Olaf. Almost has the golems complete. And,
Ooh, he's getting close,
Yeah.
but Pioshek is right nearby. He wants to wait. Oh, I think he might have spotted him there. That looked like he saw him, and he's actually emoting. Yeah, so he knows.
Yep.
And he's on a ward there, of course, so,
oh, he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, he's going in for it. One more auto will do it. Hops off, and he's trying to reset, but it's not going to matter.
But it
denies that whole gigantic wave away from Doran.
So the thing is that here, okay, Aatrox does get the 1-for-1, but take a look at the XP. Rascal level 4, Doran level 3, and now the wave is pushing away from Aatrox. So even after finishing the CS underneath the turret, he's still level 3. Whereas Rascal just got solo kill EXP, which was buffed. I don't know in which patch, I'm blanking on
Recently.
that. Yeah, it was buffed recently, and he already had the entire wave. So this is very, very scary, which means that Aatrox has to be very respectful when it gets to the level 6 mark. So you have to pay attention to that cannon wave when it ends up coming in. That's the traditional level 6 wave.
Ooh. I wonder if he really would have been able to get much out of that, though. Maybe with the follow-up pillar. But should have been a pretty easy hook to land. It did look like Def was respecting it, though, and was backing away anyway, so doesn't really matter. Chovy taking some pretty nice trades in the mid lane. You'll see double Dorans, actually, for BDD here. Whereas he doesn't quite have the same amount of sustain, and he doesn't have teleport. So not really looking good there as Rascal, he wanted this counter matchup, and he might just get the kill here. We're looking for it. The bear trap on the rope, and that should be it. GG, says Rascal. Thank you for the solo kill. We'll begin to push this one in. No teleport on Doran. He's going to be able to deny an entire wave again.
Really, really, really bad. And for a team composition that needed to sin and win this one super early on, they're not really doing it. They don't even have Dragon on their agenda right now. As this is going to be all the minions just going into the void yet again. This is going to mean that Rascal is going to come back and have a 1.5 level lead over Doran in top. And we just take a look at how this all transpires. And that is honestly a little bit nimble, honestly.
Yeah.
He's beating Skarl.
You know? You get that first dash, so you get the second one.
No potions popped yet, by the way. Popped it a little bit late. Didn't seem to matter.
He's just casually chewing gum.
Yeah.
In the player cam, as we have a kill here in the mid lane. Cinder goes down. They're going in now, but the exhaust is big. But they are able to find the Olaf at the end of it all. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade. But we did have the TP come into the mid lane from Rascal.
No assist, though, on Syndra. So I really wonder what kind of a kill took place where BDD had no response. That's very surprising. Hopefully we will get a replay of it, but that is a 3-0 Kled. And that is easily one of these, I would say it's the second scariest champion for DRX's team composition to try to handle, because he's the one that dives in and gets in the nitty-gritty.
Uh-oh. He's going to get that vision now, but the Nautilus passive comes in. The dash is down, but here comes Pioshek in there first, and now the Olaf is going to force a flash here. Chilling smite now, but it is Ezreal. Now there's the third member he's going to go for. His life is getting reckless swinged, and he's going to have to try to get out of this one, but down he goes with no flash. And the chase down ability comes in, but you know who's better at chasing is actually the Kled over the wall, finds him. It will be, he gets the lockdown with the leash. Okay, nice QE. Puts it in there as BDD is able to lock him down.
Kled Ultimate is a really cool ability.
He had to flash earlier.
Yeah. Was not able to get out of the way in time. And now, Olaf and Yuumi.
Annoying even at level 6, but they're trying to turn it around, and he's got enough damage from the Syndra. Maybe they thought he was weaker than he appeared after dying so easily earlier, but now he's all of a sudden 2-1.
And you can see Pioshek looking a bit flustered in the player cam as well with what is going on. And I'm trying to understand what on earth is causing DRX to still be ahead in gold. They have oh, Atrox got 2 turret plates. That's a kill.
Yeah.
And Atrox has recovered in the XP department. That is unfortunate. So I suppose there's that, and then there's also Chovy's CS Kingdom that is going on presently in the mid lane.
He picked up a 3rd plate in the top lane, actually. Stuck around for that one. He thought about backing, but then he realized. So Atrox has come back in a big way in gold.
And that is pretty important. It means the game is more stable than it should have otherwise been. Because top was absolutely set up to just get decimated. Given what happened early on, Chovy. Okay, well, we're gonna actually see, I guess, how the kill happened. BDD is level 5.
Oh, he missed everything.
Yeah. Wow, didn't even get an auto. What, he hit? Oh, okay. He didn't hit Olaf.
Yeah.
All right.
So Olaf dies here.
Yeah.
Kind of getting outplayed. Just BDD there, and we got more action now. The Ocean Drake coming in. BDD says, here, I am available and willing to go down. Gets run down by Olaf again.
Well, GenG, though, were the first people, or were people, what? We're the first team to pick up the Ocean Dragon.
First humans, in fact.
In this game, yeah.
Yeah. And they're trying to lock him down, and Olaf, Pioshek is just all over the map. He's going to get here before Click does. Forces the flash. Life is dead again.
LeBlanc is waiting just to the north. And gonna end up actually recalling. Has the Lost Chapter and the Merc Treads not going for the penetration. Could have just sat on the Null Magic Mantle for magic resistance, but it looks like he just wants to get the tier 2 boots as fast as possible. And Lucian. Deft is at about 10 CS a minute right now, so doing very good in that department. Places the control ward on the right-hand side. Clid, level 7, still under-leveled. Pioshek going for ganks that really, I mean, this one does not need to happen.
They're looking to dive here with double chains, but that's going to be LeBlanc taking a lot of damage. Subjugate comes in as BDD didn't quite press that R button. He's going over the wall, and now they're going for Pioshek, who is going to bite the dust here. And TP even going to be used to get him to safety as a big turnaround on a forced ganked once again by DRX.
And it just makes no sense. Now, if he located his minimap, he might have noticed that the Golems, Raptors, Wolves, and Gromp were all actually up. And that he could have just been farming them because the wave was coming into Chovy. So it wasn't like there was any sort of time is of the essence sort of things going on in order to make a gank happen. I mean, just take a look at this. The wave's going into Chovy. All of his camps are up, and Scuttlecrab is spawning right-hand side. Your bot lane's resetting. He could easily have just been farming this and then look to coordinate a gank with him later. All that happens is, if you kill Syndra here, relative to the next incoming minion wave, is that she misses 6 minions. That's ultimately all that would end up happening. And so, very forceful, ends up getting punished. DRX still with the gold advantage, though. And Atrox has actually obtained a CS advantage now over the Kled, who has really seemingly run out of fuel after what he was doing early on.
Yeah, he hasn't looked to visit any other lanes. I guess maybe he's scared of losing more free value to Atrox just, you know, mindlessly pushing up in the top side. And Doran has been playing this a little bit safer. He's pushing in lanes. He's not getting caught by traps. And he really hasn't had an opportunity to shut him down. So that's really the way that's going up there. We do have Cloud Drake in 2 minutes. And then one of either Infernal or Mountain Souls in this game.
Well, I think that if you are DRX, you ideally want to roll Infernals. And if you are GenG, you just want Mountains. Because if you get Mountains, LeBlanc can't do anything. Aatrox invalidated. Olaf's a joke. And Lucian is not going to be able to deal a lot of damage either. Chovy misses the chains. Pyosik here as well.
They're looking for it. Pyosik 2-on-2. Now here comes Kled, I believe. Could be Ruler, actually. Ruler comes in. And they're just going to get the flash out of Pyosik. And again, this is pretty close to Dragon time. Rascal thinking about it here. He's going to get the stun coming in. And even the True Shot barrage from downtown. But it's not quite able to pick up the kill there. Even Rascal using his flash. As Doran is going to ult for some reason. I suppose helping to try to fear the minions and try to, I don't know, get them bursted down. But this push is definitely still going to happen. As it looks like a lot of bulwark stacks are up here, but they're still going to try to push it down. Not super easy. They're definitely not going to get this last plate, as it was really close. But it does go down.
Deft and Keria also failed to get it in the bot lane. They did get the first turret of the game, though, GenG. As Deft wants to recall for Blade of the Ruined King. Not going to have that available, and that's going to mean that GenG, they just pick themselves up a Cloud. And so DRX, you know what they're thinking themselves right now, Valdez? Perfect, just as planned.
Yeah.
You can get 4 Infernals.
As the Infernal shows his face here.
They really needed the 16% amp to 80 AP here.
Well, we'll see if they can actually line those up. For now, they're going to use their bit of a lead that they do have. Try to deny a cannon. Will Deft. Should be able to. Doesn't look like... Oh, okay, never mind. Just going to auto that down. Rascal, nobody's really coming up here trying to deny this kind of push. And they're just looking to control vision around here. There's no real rush with no big objectives on the map right now. Not even a Shirley.
Well, Aatrox down here in bot lane. He could have just froze the wave. There's another wave that's actually coming in right now. There's nothing really imperative to get to on the map right now.
Yeah.
And if he would be doing that, I mean, this wave that is incoming that he's walking up to right now would be dead in front of the turret. Yeah. And Kled, who is currently running down to bot lane, would have no wave to actually go to. Instead, what we're going to be able to count here is, yeah, I believe that he just handed Kled a couple hundred gold that would have otherwise been gone, and then also you factor in the EXP, so.
Yeah, I mean...
Aatrox, he had a hot date.
It's not like Doran has TP and he would need to be available. Like, even if he did have TP.
Even if he did, there's no objective on the map anywhere, so.
It's like, if they were desperately trying to stop a push up in the top side, if GenG desperately tried to get in there.
Kled could have froze, and I think Kled's going to play ping pong into Aatrox because Kled likewise. Oh!
No, I'm not convinced.
Wait.
I'm not convinced.
Camera guy.
we're gonna tell.
You see the question marks though.
He's pushing. No, he's pushing.
Never mind, debated.
I wasn't convinced. That's a nice little route onto 3 of them, but where's the rest of your team? Here comes Kled. Pyosik pretty tanky, but not against this many members of GenG. As down he will go. Chovy, nice stun. Is gonna catch in their light. Perfect timing, actually, with that one. And here comes Doran. He's an angry Aatrox. He's gonna get 2. And they're gonna get 3, actually, with the extra one onto the Kled. But can they follow up onto this Kled? Still getting to work in the back line, and Ruler still with a lot of room. He's gonna go even over the wall, as Keria is gonna take a lot of that one and flash forward. Oh! I don't know about that one, Ruler. As the blasting plant is here.
Yep.
Maybe he forgot that the plants were at it about 2 seasons ago, but yeah, definitely not worth it to try to flash into that one, but he was feeling it. It was in the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much action that is going on here in this game. We'll take a look at it one more time. Pyosik randomly venturing into the river. Now, again, there's no Rift Herald, right? This whole thing did not need to happen. And GenG are all there. They call in Kled on the TP. Pioshik just gets annihilated. Immediately, Chovy locked up in the pit. QE by Syndra. And Chovy goes down immediately. Atrox goes into the pit. And just narrowly whips the Q, it seems, onto BDD. And Depth not able to bring down Klid before getting killed himself. And this is the story about Darkin and his cat.
Carrier ate so many mystic shots.
Yeah,
it was like 2 or 3. So props to him.
This is another game in a row where Pioshik's going for Warmogs, except this time around he has less of an ability to actually pick up that next Giant spell that is going to let him pass the Warmog threshold. So all that it is just an HP stat, which pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why Korea never goes for the AD Olaf.
Well, I guess they want him to be like this mega tank in the front line, just charging at you that never dies with the Yuumi on his back. Whereas he could potentially be burst down if he goes AD. Not 100% sure, just thinking about it right now. The Infernal's coming up, and we'll have to see which team is really going to respond to this. We got double TP for DRX. Only Ruler's got his for GenG. So Jovi's going to push top and then be available here for the team fight. Here we go. Doran's got an interesting position, but they're looking to collapse and force him over the wall and try to even deny it, but not quite. Stuns going wide. Dragon not started up here just yet.
And this is a do or die actually for DRX. Pioshik does have the level advantage on the smite. Also, ultimate!
Grab there, as that's a huge amount of burst damage. Immediately, Doran is going to go down, but Ruler, super low, is going to get in there. Toby gets in and out, and that is going to enable them to just gobble them up, essentially, as they jump straight into the middle of the fight, and all went down.
No, man. No, they do this so many times.
Baron greater than Infernal Drake?
Well, okay, the Baron itself is important, but if the enemy team, Ruler has TP, and if Trundle just goes and gets the Infernal, they bring it to Soul Point. So things get really scary. Now, the Baron in a vacuum is very, 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 very powerful, and it can get them a lot of gold, but things get really scary.
They're trying to steal it here. Lid looking for the vision, wants to get into the pit. He's got flash, he's not gonna get it. As they give up Infernal to try to go for this steal. Ruler, you can tell he's really feeling it. Maybe that's part of the reason, as eventually you do see Clit does go down, but it's essentially Ruler and his big chunk of armor trying to fight front to back. It doesn't work out as the disengage comes in from DRX.
They're gonna lose Infernal though, which is worth hundreds of gold for each champion. So, yes, they have Baron. The problem is look at all the waves. What wave are they gonna use Baron on in order to get anything? But also, there's not a lot to get anything, but also there's not a lot of standing turret gold. There's the mid-tier 1 turret, which, sure, DRX is gonna get it. Kled just got, what is that, 9 AD? I think he just got, so he got a longsword, 350.
Yeah.
For Kled, you know, Ezreal getting a lot of value as well. Syndra, another champion, and we take a look at this team fight, and okay, GenG, Chovy doing so good to kill Ruler so quickly, dish out so much damage, and then Depth just popping off. Very unfortunate that Atrox went down as well, because otherwise they could have allocated one member to the Infernal and then sent the other 4.
Yeah.
But this was very, the moxie on DRX to do this, because there's a world where Clit steals it, there's a world where not every member retains Baron, and I'm not trying to be Papa in a world where Smith, but this is really, sketch, Valdez. I mean, DRX is the team that will actually pass up Soul in favor of Baron.
Every single
time they'll do it without failure.
Imagine a world where they don't. That would be crazy. DRX, maybe eventually he'll show that to us. And we're gonna get a look here at exactly, you know, how much gold they are getting from this. They've picked up a kill, the Baron, the mid-tier 1. But what else is the question? They're looking for more here. Maybe if they can capture a couple of outer turrets, but as you mentioned, the game can turn right on its head. Even if GenG is behind, if they get the soul, they could definitely come back.
Oh, they just win if they get the soul. So this is the scariest thing where, yes, you're gonna use the Baron, and you take a look at the power play. It's almost done. It's gonna be 3,000, right? But you gave up an Infernal Dragon that's worth a couple hundred to each champion, except for the Nautilus, right? So the power play needs to be subtracted by the stats that GenG ends up getting, right? Now, if you hit extra breakpoints and it helps you for the next dragon, okay, well, there's something there. But you can lose to a smite fight now. You can lose to a Baron burst. Pick-offs 30, 40, 50 seconds before the dragon become that much more scary. And they're walking on a knife's edge right now. Yes, DRX will be favored for the next dragon fight. But it's so frightening, given that Soul is available to GenG. And there's so many games where you can just lose like this. And if they were capable of winning that fight at the dragon, with the Infernal, they should be able to dance long enough to either get the next dragon or win the Baron dance. Definitely scary.
Definitely, it's taking a risk where you don't necessarily have to. And we'll have to see if it does pay off for them, if they can lock down the Drake area. And it's not just going to be one Drake, it's going to be potentially multiple, because they'll be on Dragon Soul until, you know, the game ends, or DRX get their own Dragon Soul. So potentially, if the game goes long enough, 4 chances to steal this one away. We'll have to see if the lead that DRX has pulled for themselves, because it is quite large. I mean, they're almost 7,000 gold ahead. If that's enough to really fully control the map here.
They're up 6.7k. And if you take a look at the items, LeBlanc is sort of even. Oh, life!
All right.
LeBlanc is sort of even with the Syndra. Does pick up a Morello, so that's as much stats as she can get in terms of power. But that Morello was purchased outright, so really valuing as much as possible for this team fight. And if you look at Aatrox and Kled's actually ahead of Aatrox.
Yeah, Rascal could absolutely be the guy that hops into the back of a team fight and, you know, pop solution, gets on top of a LeBlanc that pops back or something like that. Taking a look at the item build and gold difference on the supports, this is kind of sad to look at, as Life, once again, is level 9. Gets scary as level 12. Kind of reminded me of Game 1 a bit.
Well, let's see if Ezreal can get to any other meaningful item, because otherwise the Lucian, with those 4 kills, CS advantage, will be in a pretty good position. And now Kled, I'm unsure if he's going to be able to get to Death's Dance before this fight. Now, Piotrek does have a 2-level lead. Chovy also, I believe, has about a level lead. I know that it's currently 2, but I think Syndra is very close to leveling up. And now Baron's coming up. The Infernal is just going to go over to DRX.
Yeah, they're not going to challenge this first one. Okay. Those are a lot less likely nowadays, as they used to be. Considering going for the Baron, but they see that the Scuttle Crab is down. Maybe he wanted to take that and get some nice vision for his team, but it's already taken here by, I think it was Rascal, moved down, took that objective. We're still kind of just pushing all lanes here for DRX. They're really trying to exert as much obvious pressure, we'll say, in this one, with the Baron available.
And DRX just trying to control all the vision around this Baron. Kled using his ultimate to retreat.
Oh, he's gonna get out too.
Yeah, Def not able to get there in time to try to interrupt it.
And somebody's kind of got a face check, and it's gonna be Kled. Nice job by Life to step in front of that, but immediately you're losing your jungler in a span of about 2 seconds. So that will spark DRX to make a move onto this Baron in vision. They don't care. Now let's see. Kled did not go back. See if he can try to get in here and steal. Now he's down a level. Here's the turn. The Yuumi ultimate onto multiple. Life just trying to cause some havoc in the back line. But BDD and Ruler not really able to do that damage. And Doran and Pyosik in the front line just able to run them down as the flash over the wall to secure this Kled at the same time is going to do exactly that. And now DRX faced with the choice. They will move to the Baron.
And at this point, DRX, I mean, they're up almost 10,000 gold at this point in the game. They're matched on the Infernal. 3 minutes until the next one ends up coming up. And this Baron will persist effectively into letting them get it. Also, Magi's on Chovy, 15 stacks.
Yeah, he got that when he was at 7 stacks. And I think after the last fight, he made it up to 15. So it's absolutely paying off. He said, well, I could get, you know, Blasting Wand, or maybe I'll just get this book. It's a nice book, as we'll take another look here at the replay in the turn.
Yeah, and we take a look, Olaf just going in with Yuumi, and that's the power of the combo in the later stages. She really bolsters and enables him a little bit more. Life just got completely blown up, and BDD going down immediately on the Syndra. And things are getting a little scary right now. As you have to wonder, how does GenG recover at this point? Their lifeline is still the soul. If they can somehow steal the Infernal. Chovy still ways away with that top minion wave. 10,000 gold advantage. We're at 30 minutes. And this is that point we talked about in one of the earlier series tonight where Syndra's stuck.
Yeah.
Where she had to go Ludens and then Void Staff, and every future item that she wants to get is so heavy relative to the game state that it feels like she's permanently on 2 items. And this happens a lot to mages, and it's why tank compositions can be really good against certain champions in particular.
Yeah.
Even though DRX, I mean, they have Aatrox, they have Olaf with Yuumi, it's still very difficult for Syndra to really play.
Yeah, and a lot of those champions are inherently made more tanky because of the Yuumi, which is quite difficult for her to burst down through all that effective health, as it's really just all about the Baron push here with a minute left. And see what they can get. They're trying to push into mid and bot at the same time, but the timing isn't great. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Got to be careful not to hook it directly into the enemy team. He's not very tanky at this point. And they're just continuing to push, but it doesn't seem like they really want to commit here. Finally, we're getting the culling, and that is a huge amount of poke damage. So that will be the moment for them to move on in.
One of the real threats that's going on here that maybe some people aren't paying attention to is the level discrepancy. You have 2 in top lane, you have 2 in jungle, 3 in mid lane. 80 carries are even, and then supports 2 level gap too. So these aren't just skill points, these are also base levels, right? In terms of HP, armor, all these stats going up, it invalidates some of the ability casts by the enemy team. So now the next Infernal Dragon is up, should go over to DRX, but Kled trying to hightail it there. No, he's actually just going to go to the Raptors. And you can see DRX waiting for Olaf to get there. Just to, I guess, secure. They were pulling it out almost as if they weren't totally sure where maybe Trundle was. So they wanted the smite secure. DRX up 11,000 gold. Now they have double Infernal Dragon.
And It's only going to continue stacking here. It feels like the lead they've gotten for themselves, as well as the pressure they have in the bot lane now with the inhibitor down, is going to help in securing those objectives. And we also have Baron here in 2 minutes.
A lot of this XP difference and just the follow-up play, it came off of the Baron and Infernal decision, right? Where they made a gambit to go for the Baron. Clid almost was able to steal it, and then there was the ensuing fight after. They managed to all get away. For the most part, they snuck the Baron. And the XP when taking Baron is something that I think is really underappreciated by most players. And so then, to use that and then get the second Baron eventually, all of this is really piling on. So the Gambit ended up working out. They've managed to maintain full control of the map, and they're in such a commanding position right now. It's hard to imagine GenG coming back now. There's 3.5 minutes until another Infernal, but if you look at the way that Baron and Dragon line up, they're going to have to face another Baron, and that Baron's probably going to persist into the Dragon itself, which makes it so difficult.
Yeah, and DRX obviously the big favorites to take that objective, and they're just really trying to suffocate GenG right now. Ruler on this Ezreal, not fantastic at the wave clear. I mean, Rascal, if he can get on top of it, he's decent, but generally he can't when they're pushing. BDD, really their main hope in trying to push back these waves, but you can see Toby, nice little maneuvering to get on in there, and the culling is mainly just a poking tool, just to get them all so low because Deft is so fed and massive right now that that's really the main way you want to use it, and then eventually just use your passive and auto attacks to chunk them down in team fights. As we've been playing the same song and a dance now for about 1.5 minutes. They're just really trying to make a case to take down potentially even 3 inhibitors before this Baron. They should be able to. One last stand by GenG as Rascal does go in. But where is the follow-up? Ruler now is going to get there. Not the greatest follow-up, and they lose their inhibitor. So they're not going to have that for trying to retake a Baron or anything like that. And this should be DRX's pretty free.
Yeah. They're going to end up retreating to it. They have the triple inhibitor down. This enables the 7v5, which is a phrase I haven't said for a long time.
7v5?
7v5?
Yeah.
So when you have 2 supers coming in from every wave, generally it takes 2 champions to clear them out.
Yeah. Clid is desperately trying to get in there. That's a nice 5-man knockup from the Death Charge. Can they get in there now? With the Clid
Yumi
frontlining, but it's just not enough as the GA comes in. And Deft is always full health with the Yumi on his back. And now they're just going to TP in here and try to take this win. As over the wall BDD, it's just desperation. DRX will be taking the series 2-1 in a close one, as was similar to T1. As all the minions are coming in, it was 7v5, now it's 12v5. Everybody getting in there for the Nexus picture, and that will be it. DRX going to lock it down. GG! As the 2-1 victory comes in, you can see CV Max very happy, as that is a huge start already for DRX rather, to take down the 2 biggest teams currently in the LCK.
Yeah, and that is going to cement them a very comfortable lead in at least the first round robin of LCK Summer 2020 here, as it's hard to imagine any other teams taking wins off of them. And so this very big victory, and also the way that they came back in game number 3 was quite nice, because that Kled was on fire.
Yeah.
He was everywhere doing everything, but then one might say that he was doing a little bit too much. And then another problem is that the play that he made in mid lane that really helped out BDD, well, BDD was so far behind, and Chobi was doing so well with his CS Kingdom that he ended up harming himself because it allowed Aatrox to get back into the game. And that turnaround with Deft's patience in the entrance to blue.
What is this?
No, I'm not. Not totally sure what.
All right, Pioshik. He had a nice little prepared celebration after couple of big wins. So I do like that. I like when the players, because we have the cameras on there after every single time they win, so you might as well prepare something.
Yeah.
We used to see that a lot in StarCraft.
Fire Bat Hero.
Yeah. running into the ocean.
One of his victory dances would probably be like banned nowadays.
Probably.
On Twitch.
Yeah.
Violate TOS.
Wait, the one where he pulls the shirt over his head? And
The one where he gets into swimming trunks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing the video where he runs out into the ocean when they're playing on the beach.
There's also the dance that people can find if they Google that.
You can find that out there on the internet. Fun stuff, but I don't think we're going to be having too much of that, but that's about as close as we're going to get with the, I suppose it was a Lucian? I don't know.
Yeah, that was, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like, what was exactly the, you know, like putting on the goggles and he's got like his...
Is it Lee Sin? Like
No,
DJ Lee Sin?
but he had a gun. Like, he was... I don't know.
I have no idea.
Maybe we're just blanking on this and it's obvious, but you guys can reach out to us and let us know what you thought it was, because I'm not really...
The collective know?
Maybe I can look. I think it would be probably Lucian. Would be...
Pulse Fire Lucian.
Yeah.
Apparently.
That's what I think it is as well.
But he was playing Olaf.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a Lucian on his team.
True.
So...
I gave the MVP to Carrier.
I mean, how could you not? Right, it's Carrier.
I could find a way to give it to Jovi.
Yeah, I mean, Jovi had a pretty good game too, but I don't think he was player of the game.
Yeah,
for sure. The Yuumi, it's sometimes hard to show off on Yuumi, but there are certain players that can do it, like Lahens, like Carrier.
Carrier is, Carrier is pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
His mechanics are pretty insane, and he showed that off on the Yuumi here, especially in some of those last fights. I mean, they were so far ahead by the end of it. It was like, it was pretty drawn out. It did look like maybe they were somehow going to take that fight after the 5-man depth charge from Life, but wasn't meant to be. As we see, the early game was all GenG. It was all Rascal, but it wasn't meant to be.
Well, the early game was definitely very chaotic. Kyoshik, remember, he made a couple of forceful ganks that did not need to go the way that they did. Not this one, but the one where he approached from bottom side river.
Yeah.
When all of his camps were up. And he just gets pulled there. Yuumi ditches them. This very unfortunate as well. Chobi tried to get out, ends up dying. Rascal. Honestly, I mean, if GenG won, Rascal was the MVP. By far. Not even.
Oh yeah. I mean,
it was like Mount Everest in the Mariana Trench between him and the rest of his teammates.
The Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
There's many different examples we could have given. Ruler, it looked like he was trying so hard to pop off on his Ezreal. He gets shut down here by Chobi with the
really good
homing
by
missile.
Chobi. Yeah. Managed to bring Ruler out. He had such a good position in that fight, if not for the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And this turnaround at Baron.
The power of Olaf.
There it is. No doubt. Best champ in the game.
Yeah. LS, huge fan.
Oh, the biggest, actually. Yeah. Started watching Vikings just because of him.
Yeah. Hashtag big fan here with me on the desk for this champion. Made even better by Yuumi.
Go slow.
하는 거 끊겼다. 천천히. 쿨 돌려야 돼. 빠질게. 힐대.
I'll watch you.
클레드 높을. 이거 이제? 난 여기까지. 천천히. 가도 되겠는데? 가자 이거.
난 뒤로 크게
나
줄게.
뒤에 셀 찍을게. 말해. 사람아 있어.
천천히.
저 태워줄 수 있어요.
Saying slowly, like a million
갔다 거 같은데.
times.
끝낼게. 다행이다.
It's like, I'll end it.
나가 뒤졌어. 벌풀 써가지고.
나이스! 야, 이걸 이기네. 잘했다 우리 팀 진짜로. 나이스. 와.
The rest of the team is just like stone face. Jovi and Carrier had smiles on their faces, but Doran and Deft, just another day at the
I like
office.
how the Lucian looks like if you point your finger out, like what direction you're about to go.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Pretty good.
well,
like
yeah.
Thumb. Yumi's the thumb.
Yeah.
You know?
pretty small thumb, but I can see what you're going with.
Talking crap about Uni stuff?
No, just just saying, making an observation about your observation.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna be hearing from the best support in the world if he gets selected. I actually don't know if he did get selected. I know you voted for him, so maybe I spoke too soon. I don't know why I assumed that he would get it. But,
A shield for Chovy.
Yeah. Shield for Chovy?
Yeah.
Well, he did get one of the MVPs. He's also going to get the second of the Player of the Games as he picks up 2 of them tonight. One of them on his LeBlanc and one of them on his TF in game number 1. Had many good setups in the mid lane.
So the argument for Chovy is that he lane kingdomed BDD in the LeBlanc Syndra matchup. The CS differential was just massive. I mean, you could call him Jeff Bezos with the amount of gold that he had over BDD at certain points. But he was also integral to killing Ruler in that decisive fight. So Keria did a lot as well, with a lot of the Yuumi juggling aggro.
Yeah.
And all the heals, but I mean that is so massive, that pickoff onto Ruler.
Trying to decipher the message I'm receiving right now. It's not going very well. Apparently it was a tie with a tiebreaker vote.
Yes.
So I would assume it was a tie between Chovy and Keria.
Yep. Support had 5 votes and mid had 5 votes.
Ah, okay, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So there you go. And makes sense. I'm glad to see that Keria got the acknowledgement that he deserved. Yeah.
Shield for Chovy.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from Chovy alone here on the stage. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-Sun for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun with Universe Translation, and we'll be having a solo interview with Chovy. 2 wins in a row against T1 and GenG. How do you feel? Yeah, we got 2 wins in a row by taking down the stronger teams, T1 and GenG, so we have a really high confidence right now. I'm so proud of ourselves. And I can see that you are locking in a lot of Twisted Fate so far. Does that kind of reflect your confidence right now? How do you rate that champion in this meta? Twisted Fate, I played it a lot on the solo queue, and there are a lot of plans for it, even though if you blind pick it, unless you lock it in a weird situation or weird comp, I think I can just lane against any kind of champion, even if I lock it in as a blind pick, so I kind of prefer this a lot. About the Twisted Fate, I want to ask you about the top dive attempt. That did not look that easy. You guys were out of minion wave as well. Well, we were getting outnumbered in the bottom side, so I just used my destiny, and I told my teammates that I will ult to the enemy tier 2 top turrets and let's go for a turret dive. I guess Chovy, you are the one that made that call. And you also said BDD and Showmaker, they are the best mid laners in LCK. So how was your mid lane competition up against him? It was going back and forth, right? Well, there were a lot of fights when we were having this series up against the top contenders, but I'm happy that we were the one that got the W in the end. And I want to ask you about your comp today, because you guys were focusing on Yuumi and trying Sivir and Lucian. So how did the DRX see the whole meta going to the bot side? I played a lot of Ezreal games on solo queue, and I realized that it's not as destructive as it goes with Yuumi. So I thought the Yuumi is the core, actually.
하는 거로 알고 있는데
실제로 멀티플레이어 이거 좀
Yeah, I mean, I heard you are going to a lot of different roles on solo queue.
미드 할 때보다 승률이 더 잘 나오기 때문에.
That's only because I have higher win rates compared to playing mid lane.
승률 그래도 한 55% 정도.
So we're currently at 55 win rates on his main account,
다양한 경험을 계속 쌓고 계시다.
but
이렇게
still
보니 맞는 것 같죠.
getting more XP throughout the solo queue
오늘은
experience.
뭐 팀원들끼리 이겼는데도 불구하고
Today,
상대편이 젠지였기 때문에 좀 어려운 경기라고
Well, it was not a very easy day, so we can hear that players were not really that satisfied after even winning the last series. I mean, yeah, even though we won the game, but we were losing really hard in the early game for game number 3. So we could have done it better and easier. So yeah, it was a little bit frustrating. Doran was absorbing so many damage and aggros by himself. He was having a lot of hard time. How did he react to this kind of situation?
일단 저부터 잘하고
I mean, all I care is myself. I have to do my role perfect because Doran will do his work as well, right?
생략이 되는데 어떤 상황에
I mean, you know, in any kind of given situation, he always executes the best play possible. So I always try to focus on my performance first.
잘 돌린다 이런 평가 요즘 듣죠?
Jovi, you are so good at interviews.
인터뷰 스킬이 엄청 많이 드셨어요.
완전 달라졌어요.
그리고 하나 또 재밌는 질문을
One more thing here.
하고 싶은데요. 표식 선수가 오늘은
Pyosik
헤드셋을 이렇게
did
쓰고
another
키보드
unique
이렇게 하고
ceremony. The headset goggle with the keyboard gun. What was that? Was it Lucian?
돌아오는 건 못 봤는데.
I didn't see it.
뭔가 뜻이
Well,
있었겠지.
I guess he meant something.
합의가 안 된 셀레브레이션이군요. 일단은 연습할 때는
I guess the
나중에
players
한번 보도록
also
하겠습니다.
weren't aware of the
이제 다음
celebration.
상대가 이제 샌드박스입니다.
Your next opponent will be Sandbox Gaming. They are a little bit shaky recently, and I know that fans are looking forward to another win
다음 경기
on the side of DRX.
저희가 지금 강팀 두 팀을 연속으로
We
승리해서
have taken down the top 2 teams or the strong teams in LCK, but we won't let our guards down. We will do our best to prepare for the Sandbox series. This will be the end of the interview with Chobi from DRX, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of that interview. Fun to see Chovy up there, growing up so fast from when he hopped onto the scene last year, I believe it was.
Yeah.
As a young mid laner, getting better every day and proving it by picking up the 2 player of the games today. Now DRX moving into first place. They've won 2 2-1 series, but it's against T1 and GenG. So it's worth so much more than just the +2 indicator that they have there for their 2 wins, that they get this early lead over 2 massive teams. So
yeah, I mean they're at the +2, so Damwon, in all actuality, with even a 2-1 victory, I guess, over their next opponent, they would actually take first.
Yeah, but it's only a temporary.
Dynamic and yeah, the inevitable.
Because Damwon eventually are going to have to play against T1, against GenG,
right? Those will
really
be the
hard
real
teams.
big tests. Tomorrow, a bit of interesting matchups.
Yeah.
Dynamics taking on Afrika. That one's going to be really good.
Oh, yeah.
To see where Dynamics really pairs up. And then T1 versus Hanwha Life. That's something. Based off Hanwha Life's last
one way
series.
to put it, yeah. You're expecting the T1 to win, but guys, we have something more important than that.
A giveaway. The Bard astronaut skins. There you go. Screenshot it.
I hope you
Type
guys
it
are
in
ready.
To the NA client. That is the League Partner Program Emerald Chroma for the Astronaut Bard skin and the champion itself.
Bod.
Bod.
For sure.
Yeah.
Call him Chad, you call him Bod. Whatever you want to call him. He's got everything,
Brad the
guys.
Chad. He's got a
Yeah,
bod, you know?
Exactly. So make sure you guys are tuning in tomorrow. It's actually going to be me and Atlas for that cast. So it should be a lot of fun. We will see you guys tomorrow for more LCK. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone.